I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game.
It is played everywhere, in parks and playgrounds and prison yards, in back alleys and farmers' fields, by small boys and old men, raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It is a leisurely game that demands blinding speed, the only game in which the defense has the ball. It follows the season, beginning each year with the fond expectancy of springtime and ending with the hard facts of autumn.
It is the American game. It's just what it is, and it makes you, I'm 81, but I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball, I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It brings you back.
It may be the worst of times for the National Football League, but it is the absolute best of times for Major League Baseball.
You're in Braves country.
Armchair.
On a beer? 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Welcome here on Braves Country Radio. You're listening live as we march closer to crowning a champion. I'm Mac McGee. It's time to put it all aside and get ready for what should be a great day in baseball. We'll go over the lineups as the game goes on. Make sure to like and subscribe and become a member today. Jump in the chat. Tell us where you hail from. His roll call is on the way. Buckle up, boys and girls. It's time for pitch by pitch, play by play, the classic call of baseball.
Get this bus moving.
Stop.
Come back.
Too late.
Roll call! Yeah, roll call!
Good to see you, Robert. I'm sure others will be in here in a little bit, just getting set up. baby. Robert, it is Mexico Verde versus the Dominican Republic. These are the semifinals. We are just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play. Oscar De La Cruz is on the bump for the Dominican Republic. As soon as the scoreboard kicks on, we will bring it to you live. Dominican Republic are in white jerseys, blue pinstripes, red ball caps, and red socks today. High socks for Oscar De La Cruz, the right-hander with the 5.79 ERA here in this Caribbean Series. Left to right across the outfield will be Cordero, Lake, and Brito for the DR. Around the horn, left to right, Hernandez, Gonzalez, Nunez, and Adames. De La Cruz once again behind the plate. Hope y'all are enjoying your Friday afternoon. We'll get rocking here in just 1 second. Mexico Verde, so we'll just refer to them as MV, MexV, or Verde to keep it simple. Mexico Rojo is playing tonight against Puerto Rico. We just about set here in the top of the first inning. Righty-lefty matchup to set us up. We're waiting for that scoreboard to kick in. As soon as it does, we will bring it to you live. Just about set for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play. Yes, sir, it is baseball time in the Caribbean Series. The first pitch on the way is right there for a strike by De La Cruz. Down on the inner cut, it's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1. Swing, rifles it back up the middle, but that's going to be a one-hopper into the glove of the shortstop, Verdugo. He'll flip it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout, one away. Good hard hit ball back up the middle. De La Cruz tried to stick his glove hand up, but ball just went by him. The DR had the shift on, so it played right into the teeth. Here's the first pitch on the way to Cordoba. He hits one high and deep down the right field side. It is foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swung on, pops it up. Down the line, out of play. 1-2. So an 0-2 count. We're going to switch scoreboards because the host scoreboard is not working. It's the 1-2. The 0-2 pitch is outside wide, 1-2. So a 1-2 count. Kicks and fires. Pitch is fouled back. We'll do it again. There we go. The 1-2. Righty-righty matchup. Pitch down and away. Curveball bangs in the dirt. Ball 2, 2-2. 2-2 count. Semifinal here. The winner here goes to the championship game tomorrow night. And the 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike three. Bender off the edge, 2 down. Good to see you, as was Robert. I'm sure other folks will be coming in here as we go along. Weird start times for these games. De La Cruz gets the start today, but you'd expect all hands on deck on both sides. They're just trying to get to tomorrow. First pitch on the way is a four-seam fastball right there on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. The 0-1. Swing, lifts it into shallow center field, drifting back, making the tumbling catch with his feet over his head is the shortstop, Verdugo, and that will end the inning. Excuse me, Gonzalez, that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. 0-0 your score. We go to the bottom of the first. The DR grabs the bats when we return.
I just want to let everybody know before we get into this new year, new me bull, there's not going to be a new year, new me.
I've noticed a lot of comments lately asking how I stay safe during cave spelunking, so these are my top few tips to keep yourself safe. Hey, you want to go cave spelunking? No.
100 British people versus 100 Americans. One big room, no weapons. Who's winning?
We're gonna whoop the Harry Potter out your asses. What, you don't want this issue for your country. We already got too much going on. Hey, you know, America's been waiting to whoop somebody's ass. Hey, you talking about 100? We don't even gotta send 100. We can send 20 Florida men, and that's all we need. 17 Karens to shut the whole country down. That's all we need. What are you talking about? 100 versus 100? We got crackheads. Their skin is made of vibranium. As a matter of fact, the only way y'all win if it's a magic off. If it's a magic off and it's at Hogwarts.
Sandy Koufax pitched just 12 seasons in the majors, but the final 5 were as dominant a stretch as any pitcher has ever had.
Sandy Koufax, 1962, 1963, 1964, 1965. Every year he was top.
If you consider the pitching triple crown to be leading the league in ERA, wins, and strikeouts, he not only led his own league, he won the Major League Triple Crown 3 times within a 4-year span. No other pitcher has won it 3 times total since 1900.
Koufax won 3 Cy Young Awards and threw 4 no-hitters. One of them sheer perfection.
Sandy into his windup. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed a perfect game.
Koufax is the only pitcher to win 5 straight ERA titles.
His fastball snuck up on you and just exploded right in front of you.
He did it. Sandy Koufax.
Were it not for the injury that ended his career at just 165 wins, Sandy might be much higher on this list. Just ask those who saw him pitch.
The best left-handed pitcher I ever saw.
Thank you for hyping and subscribing to BCR, your home for radio baseball. Welcome back. Nothing, your score. We head to the bottom of the first. Beautiful day here down in Mexico. Not many clouds in the sky, kind of a hazy, sunny day. Everybody in their shirt sleeves in the stands. Temperatures were expected to be in the high 70s throughout the day. David Reyes, the right-hander. Coming to the bump. Righty-lefty matchup. Nunez, the batter, batting .250 here in the series. First pitch on the way. Up top. They're calling that the fastball is 84 miles an hour. I'm not sure about that. It's 1. His fastball is 100, then he's going to have to be hitting. He's going to have to be throwing in a knuckle or something. The 0-1 pitch, swing, lifts it high and deep into right field, drifting back on the track, making the catch at the warning track for a long out number 1. F9 your scorecard. The Drake makes the catch. No, not that Drake. Nunez, Gonzalez, Brito, Lake, Adames, Cordero, Rodriguez, Hernandez, and De La Cruz is your starting lineup, top to bottom. We'll introduce them as they go along. First pitch on the way is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. 1-0. Kicks and fires. Outside wide, ball 2-2. So a 2-0 count. Head pitch misses. Ball 3-3-0. Rocky start here for Reyes. The 3-0. Just grabs the outer part of the zone. Maybe a charity strike there. It's 3-1. Three 3-1 count. Swing. That ball's hammered over to short. That's going to be a 6-3 routine put out, 2 down. Left to right across the outfield, it's Florial, Cordoba, and Drake. Round the horn, left to right, Amador, Verdugo, Sepulveda, and Mendoza. Behind the dish is Solis. First pitch on the way to the left-handed bat of Brito is swung on and fouled back. It's 1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires high and out of the zone. 1-0. So a 1-1 count. Pitch swung on, lifted, and that ball's going to drop into left center field. That's down for a base hit. And the Dominican Republic has 1 on and 2 out to get the first inning going. Good to see you, Peta. Hard hit ball over the infield in between the 7-8 hole out there, coming over and making play jumping on his Florial. One thing you need to keep an eye on today, when the Dominican Republic is on defense, out in left field, Cordero, their left fielder, had a terrible game on Wednesday. We'll see if he's cleaned any of that up. First pitch on the way is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. From what I've read on it, he hasn't played a ton of left field recently. That's probably got a lot to do with it. He had 2 errors, and they could have given him 3, to be honest with you. The 1-0, swing and a miss. Junior Lake batting .467 here in the series. It's 1-1. 1-1 count, 0-0 your score. Semifinals, the winner goes to the championship tomorrow night. The 1-1 swung on, fouled back. It's 1-2. We will have the championship game tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern. One-two count, Reyes. Soft tossing right-hander, trying to work his way here through the lineup. The 1-2. Comes set. Flips it up there, outside wide, 2-2. Game we did on Wednesday, 16-15 was the final. It was a roller coaster. Dominican Republic holding on and beating Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is playing Mexico Rojo tonight. The winner of that will face the winner of this game for the championship. The 2-2 swing, chops it over towards short. Should be an easy 6-4. It is, and that'll end the inning. So Mexico will grab the sticks when we return. It's 0-0. We head to the second here in the Caribbean.
in decades. You boys are sleeping. I'm getting busy.
Bro, get some friends. I don't know who needs to hear this, but I'd rather my son be a nerd than a cool motherfucker in jail.
Bowing out in a blaze of glory is one of the gridiron's all-time greats, Otto Graham, who for the second consecutive year rises to spectacular heights to pilot the Cleveland Browns to football's World Championship. Cleveland Browns, the defending world champions, are competing in their sixth consecutive title game. Graham, one of football's all-time great quarterbacks, came out of retirement to lead the Browns to the title. This, Otto Graham transforms the interception into a lightning strike for a touchdown. Graham's long pass is taken in full stride by Danny Lavelli for a sensational 6 point. And Otto Graham ends his long and illustrious career, one of the most spectacular in football history, as he jogs off the gridiron for the final time to the plaudits of Los Angeles fans by a resounding 38-14 score.
I love when someone's like, don't throw that away, sell it. I'm sorry, who are you talking to? You must not know. I barely have enough energy to shower every day. Like I'm hanging on by a thread. I'm not gonna set up a photo shoot for my blender so I can make $7.
Number 7. Tom Glavine won 2 Cy Young Awards in his career and finished in the top 3 4 other times.
Glavine's the left-hander who was just such a competitor and an athlete.
Tom Glavine would never give in, and he was stubborn.
Very good at making the pitch when he needed to get the big out.
Glavine has been masterful tonight.
Location was the most important thing, not velocity.
Got him inside corner, inning over.
Oh, that's a good pitch.
Strikeout number 10 for Tom Glavine.
300 wins for Tom Glavine.
The ultimate professional. He went about his business. He did things the right way. He worked his tail off, and good things came to him.
Pull up a chair and grab a cold one. Your home for the classic called Radio Baseball. Welcome back. Good luck tonight, Peter. Just tell you from experience, don't get too high or too low no matter what happens tonight. You just have to keep grinding. Folks will find you if you're putting out something that people want to see. Top of the second inning, 0-0 your score. 1 hit so far for the Dominican Republic. De La Cruz, former New York Met, cruised through the first inning, giving up no hits, no walks. First pitch on the way is an inside pitch to Drake. It's 1-0. I wouldn't do the blasphemy, but I was so tempted to play the Drake clip because I saw this guy coming up. I was like, it's not the same Drake. It's not the same. First, the 1-0 pitch is swung on and chopped through the infield, and that's going to get through for a base hit. And 1 on, nobody out for Mexico Verde and the Drake. I did see an interview with the Drake. It was him and Acuna and Harris. Wasn't the greatest of actual interviews, but I did listen to quite a bit of it. I mean, usually player interviews are kind of tough to begin with. First pitch on the way is inside high for a ball. It's 1-0. And the interviewer, he didn't do a terrible job, but he didn't really ask anything that's, I mean, there were softball layup questions, so there was no meat on the bones, but I'm not blaming him either. It's a tough thing to do. 1-0. Outside wide for a strike, it's 1-1. Peter will be happy, though, because it was the same guy. I won't give his name, but it's the same guy that you've laughed about. This time he didn't ask them their favorite color or anything, so at least it's an improvement. 1-1 count. Kicks and fires. Outside in the dirt, 2-1. I wish Ozuna luck. I hope he does well wherever he goes. Just I hope it's not in our division. He's not being offered a contract by Atlanta, so I'm not going to hate on the guy. And it does him no good to sign with Atlanta because he's just not going to get the at-bats over The 2-1 pitch, outside wide, 3-1. The only way it makes sense for Atlanta is if they get him on so cheap of a deal, it would be dumb not to sign him and then move him when Kim and Murphy and whatnot come back from injury. 3-1 count, righty-righty matchup. Here's the pitch, inside, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. Two on, nobody out. And coming to the plate will be Mendoza. Mendoza not gotten a base hit so far in the series, though he has been platooning, so keep that in mind. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way to Mendoza's off the plate wide. It's 1-0. Comes set, brings it, swing and a miss, 1-1. I guess I've just gotten to the point with player interviews that I would rather listen to baseball experts in a studio talking the game than have someone just go out there and throw layups to an interview. It's the same thing with the Super Bowl week. Most of the players don't have anything to say. Is the 1-1 swing, fouls it back, it's 1-2. And that's not all their fault. Some of those guys just don't want to say anything to tick anybody off or whatever, rock a boat or whatever. Mookie Betts is one of the rare baseball players it's entertaining to listen to, and his podcast has been pretty good. And I do think that he's got a bright future on either Fox or wherever, whoever wants to give him a job when his career's done. I think he said his last year's going to be 2032 when his current contract runs up. The 1-2, down and in, 2-2. 2-2 count. Yeah, like I said, as far as Ozuna goes, he'd be a great pinch hitter. He would be a good DH to have versus lefties, but when the other guys start coming back, where do you put him in? The 2-2 count. Swing, chops it down the first baseline, foul. Right now, what you would look at, until Murphy comes back, most days Drake's going to be behind the plate. And with right-handed pitchers, I would assume that we're going to get a ton of Yastrzemski in an outfield DH role, going back and forth with giving Profar the DH, maybe even some days having Acuna or Harris DHing. The 2-2 pitch, swing, slaps it back, foul, we'll do it again. But I've got nothing to base that on. It's just common sense to me. 2-2 count, 2 on, 2 out, or 2 on, nobody out here in the second. His deuces are wild. De La Cruz looks back, the runner at second, and flips it up there. Swing, that ball is slapped back. So a long at bat here. This will be, by my count, the 7th pitch of the at bat. The 2-2. One more time. Slices that foul down the line. So this will be pitch number 8 now. Two-two pitch. Swing! Slices it back. I mean, he is making them work. Runners at first and second once again, nobody out. 0-0 your score. We're in the top of the second inning. Semifinals of the Caribbean Series. We'll have the championship game tomorrow night. We do not have the game tonight. Couldn't get it verified on where it was going to be covered. Now we think we do know, but by then the radio stations had already pivoted, and rightfully so. The 2-2 count. Brings it. Swing roasted into right field. That's down for a base hit. One hopper into the glove of Brito. He'll bring it in. Fired into the infield. They'll all go station to station, but bases loaded, nobody out. And it's that time. Ducks all over the pond. That's going to bring up Verdugo. Verdugo is batting .417 in the series, the shortstop. We're going to get a mound visit. We saw this quite a bit from the Dominican Republic on Wednesday. Nothing your score, but the bases are loaded and there's nobody out. And on the brinks of danger is De La Cruz. He has thrown 27 pitches. If my count is right, 16 in this inning without recording it out. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way, right there. Down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing, chops it foul down the third base line. It's 0-2. No 2 count. Bases loaded. The infield not quite halfway in. They're willing to give up a run on a double play ball. If not, they could be coming home. Time is called real quick by Verdugo. Bases loaded. Wind up the pitch. Down below the knees, tried to get him to chase that slider. That's a nasty pitch. He's dropping off the table. Good job by Verdugo holding up. The 1-2. Swing! That ball's banged high and deep into right field, but bending into the crowd. Foul. We'll do it again, 1-2. 1-2 count. Spins it. Swing, chops it over to first. They're going to come home. And they're going to get the force out at home. And it's going to be a double play. So record that as a 3-2-3 double play. And the catcher, De La Cruz, is bent over at the plate as they're going to come out and take a look at him, see what happened here. He caught his foot got clipped as the runner was sliding into home. I don't think it was anything of intention. And he was walking into the baseline, the third baseline. So a little bit on his fault because he should have, when he grabbed the ball, he should have stepped towards first. Instead, he stepped wide, and they ended up kicking his leg. Like I said, I don't think there was any intent there. De La Cruz getting looked at, trying to shake it off. The DR trainer and the skipper out there. In fact, he was trying to go around him to slide. It was his back foot sliding that hit the catcher's back foot, if that makes sense. The foot that you hook to slide into the ground with the lead foot touching the plate, it was that back foot, and they just kind of clipped each other. I'd say if anything else, it could be a knee issue because he was pretty well extended when his foot got clipped as he was putting weight on that. See if he's okay. They continue to look at him. Nothing, your score. Now there's 2 outs and 2 on, runners at second and third. As they continue to look at De La Cruz. He's fighting to stay in. I think he's going to stay in. Yep, they're handing him his equipment. It looks like he's going to put it back on and give it a go. As they call it the tools of ignorance, he'll strap them back on, and Price is averted there because he could have really been, I mean, that was a nasty spill. And De La Cruz has not been hitting well in this series, but he's made some very good defensive plays, so that would have been a huge loss. So it was a 3-2-3 double play, runners at second and third now, 2 outs and nothing, your score. Here we go, first pitch on the way, swing, fouls it straight back. Florio taking his hack, it's 0-1. The 0-1, righty-lefty, kicks and fires. Swing, fouls that back, 93-mile-an-hour fastball. That's one of his faster fastballs we've seen so far. It's 0-2. Yeah, JJ, it was one of those type deals where you're fully extended throwing down to the base and you're not realizing your back foot that's in the air is going to get hooked. And when it got hooked, he got slung. Hopefully he'll be okay. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. So De La Cruz does a great job of getting out of it, and we think that the other De La Cruz is okay behind the plate. De La Cruz to De La Cruz. What a pitching combo. We'll be back in a flash.
I'm going to just say this. I don't know who else feel like this, but people that love to play the lottery need their own store. They shouldn't sell lottery tickets at no gas station because we here to get some gas, and you want to sit up there and talk about, I want a 10, a 20, a 3. Man, move your ass out the way. You got a better chance of getting struck by lightning than winning that lottery ticket.
See, the thing about raising your parents that's hard is you want to pop them, because I'm tired of having the same conversation over and over. How many times have I told you? Okay, and they was popping and whooping us, but now that I got to parent you, now we can't pop. Now it's time to gentle parent your parents. No, because y'all don't know how serious I am. I'm tired of having the same conversations over and over and over again. That's a scam email, okay? Nobody in Nigeria want to send you nothing. They don't. Why would they pick you? And I done told you the first time. Ain't no prince in Denmark trying to get you nothing. And take that medicine, because the doctor done said it, and then you be woozy, and then you got a headache, and we keep having the same thing over and over. I'm not going to take you to the doctor if you're not going to listen. If Johnny had 5 apples,
When you pitch for a team that had some of the best, it's easy to get overlooked. Case in point, Whitey Ford.
Whitey Ford, even though he's a Hall of Famer, people don't really talk about him as being an ace of a staff, but he was.
Whitey Ford was a pitcher, wasn't a power pitcher, just maybe the smartest pitcher that ever lived, with about 17 different pitches. He really had an array of pitches that were remarkable.
I learned how to throw from 3 different angles. I could throw sidearm to left-handers with 3/4, and I could throw straight overhand, curveball that went straight down.
Whitey could
could throw a curveball 3-0 over the plate. He could throw his curveball anytime he wanted.
His biggest asset on the mound was to move the ball around, inside, low, and still be around the plate. Nobody ever really got a good shot at him.
Just get you out. That was his bag. He's going to get you out. They don't call him the chairman of the board for nothing.
At 2.75 ERA in the live ball era since 1920 is the best. Better than Seaver, better than Gibson, better than Sandy Koufax.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
What's for dinner? Hey, chef, what's for dinner?
Welcome back, y'all. Nothing, your score. We head to the bottom of the second inning. Dominican Republic versus Mexico. The DR grabbing the sticks. Adames will lead us off. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for Mexico Verde. The green team. Dominican Republic, no runs, 1 hit, no errors. Back to work goes Reyes. The right-hander fires the first pitch off the plate. They continue to call it an 84-mile-an-hour fastball. That's 1-0. The 1-0. Fastball, question mark, 2-0. Just really makes you want to bang the over when you hear the over-under right now is 4.5. He's throwing 84, topping out. 2-0, ball 3, 3-0. So 3-0 count. Good to see golf going in the background. Beautiful skies. I'm not sure where they're playing at, but a beautiful course wherever that is. 84-mile-an-hour fastball off the plate, 3-1. Just know spring is here when the Super Bowl, as soon as it ends in a couple of days, we're officially into springtime. It's the 3-1, fouls it back 3-2. You got golf in full swing. You've got spring training starting. Spring training 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today, we'll be bringing you Orioles versus Yankees, 1 o'clock Eastern. Payoff pitch, swing, lifts it. High into left field, deep, going back on the track, making the catch just before the wall. For a loud out number 1 is Florial. 1 away. I'm showing this big roundabout that's really close to the stadium. And there, every time they show it, there's always one idiot that's stuck on the inside. You can tell he's trying to get over to the far right and doesn't realize he just needs to go around and make his way over as opposed to trying to dart across traffic. The 0-1 outside wide 1-1. They're showing it right now. And now there's a scooter that's trying. Man, he's going to get plowed if he doesn't get out of the way. Infield back into the right, the 1-1. Swing, slaps it towards right, and down for a base hit. That's going to get a high hop over the head of Drake, and that's going to be a 1-out double for the DR. Good hard hit by Adames and bringing Frenchie Cordero to the plate. And though Cordero has been a disaster with the glove in left field, he has been hitting .375 with a 1375 OPS. As that was Cordero. I think I misspoke there. So you can add that to his batting average. First pitch on the way is outside wide to Adlin Rodriguez. It's a ball, it's 1-0. 1-0. Nothing, your score, bottom of the second inning. Pitch down and away. Ball 2, 2-0. 2-0 count. Semifinals of the Caribbean Series. We're here in the second inning. Bottom of the second. The DR at the plate. The 2-0 pitch. Swing. Pops it back foul. He was going for the downs there. 2-1. Winner here plays the winner of Mexico Rojo and Puerto Rico. So in theory, you could have an all-Mexico final in the Caribbean Series, which is being played in Mexico. Two one count. Comes set. High and out of the zone. 3-1. That one came in at 88 miles an hour, so that must be his hard gas. A 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Took a hack at a slider. Came in at 83. If you're wondering, they're in the Guadalajara, Mexico area. That's where the stadium's at for this series. Originally supposed to take place in Venezuela. With all the unease. You see here, Blue is calling. See what he's got going on here. Reyes. I think they're calling an automatic strikeout. And I don't know. Trying to get a clarification of it right now, but might be similar to what the MLB rules were, but I haven't noticed any MLB rules as we've gone along here. Anyways, here's the first pitch on the way to Hernandez. Ball is swatted up the middle. That's going to be a worm burner through the infield, and here comes the throw to home plate, and he is safe, and the Dominican Republic take a 1-0 lead. RBI single for Hernandez. That jammed up the scorekeeper. They're still stuck on the at-bat with Adrod. Probably trying to get a clarification. What do I call that? I believe they called it an automatic strikeout because of him stepping out. But like I said, they have not shown to have the same rules that Major League Baseball have. If I get a clarification, I'll let you know. But you don't see a pitch clock. They definitely don't have a pitch clock because if they do, they've been ignoring it all series. First pitch to De La Cruz is swing and a miss. It's 0-1, the 0-1. Pops it up. Can of corn just past third base. Underneath it, making the catch of Salvador, and that will end the inning. But not before the Dominican Republic put one on the board. It's 1-0, the DR. Verde grabs the bats when we return.
A blonde is on a business trip for the very first time, and she checks into the hotel. It's at night, and she goes up to her room and goes to bed. And then the next morning, her colleague notices that she's not there and didn't show up for work. So he gives her a call on her cell phone, and he said, "Where are you?" And she said, "I am stuck in this room. I can't get out." And he's like, "What do you mean stuck?" And she said, "Well, one door leads to the bathroom, and the other one, it says do not disturb."
Please tell me how the hell do the hard shell tacos last through the factory, the delivery truck, the store shelves, the bagging, me getting home, me cooking my meat, and the minute I go to put my meat inside of it, that starts sprinkling like confetti. Are you serious? I did not want nachos. And I know in your mind you're thinking, tacos, nachos, same thing. No, it's not. Have you ever tried to make a Doritos Locos Tacos at the house? That is some work. I done hand cut these tomatoes up. I have shredded this lettuce. I have cut up my onions. And I've made my own salsa from scratch. And you know I'm lying. So I don't even know why you believe that for the first 2 seconds. But the point still is this right here. I just want to eat a taco with a flat bottom. That's it. I'm not asking for too much. Before y'all be like, oh, it's just because y'all eating them off-brands. Or mine never crumble. You're a liar and I don't care. This conversation over with. Let's just say, long story short, or maybe short story long, I will just get the Tostitos scoops from now on. Thank you.
Number 5. For many of his 24 seasons, Steve Carlton was one of the best. The man they called Lefty was always looking to get even better. In '72, he won 27 of the Phillies' 59 triumphs that year and the pitching triple crown.
He had such great work ethics. He knew how to use his pitches. His stuff was just dominant.
Good breaking pitch. The breaking pitch gets him.
It looked like a strike on the inner third of the plate, and it dropped down to the back foot of the right-handed hitter.
He's out on strikes.
His fastball complemented his slider perfect.
Steve Carlton finished his Hall of Fame career with 329 wins and 4 Cy Young Awards.
Your score, we're heading to the top of the third inning. Mexico Verde, the leadoff was Salas. Behind catcher, the number 9 hitter, and then back to the top of the order. De La Cruz back to work, 2 innings so far, 36 pitches, 2 strikeouts. Danced out of big-time trouble in the second inning where there was bases loaded, nobody out. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way to Salas is swung on, and that ball is lifted into left field. That's down for a base hit, and it'll be a leadoff single for Verde. Still waiting for them to expand the broadcast information for all the spring training games. As of right now, we know in stone, we know we have the Atlanta Braves on February 28th as they're being carried by Baltimore. The first pitch on the way is outside wide for they're going to call that a wide strike high. It's 1. Sepulveda does not like the call at all. Can't say that I blame him. Looked to be about 3 inches off the plate. 0-1. De La Cruz sets up out high. Chops a bunt down the line. Good bunt. Scoops. Flips it to first. And it'll be a 5-3 put-out sacrifice. And the runner at first heads down to second, representing the tying run. Really the only team that has been on top of releasing their television information have been the Orioles, and I've just noticed the Nationals have been starting to add. And you're starting to get like Minnesota here and there, but it's normally by now you have a very good indication. And I'm sure a lot of it has to do with those 8 clubs that lost television capabilities, Atlanta included. As the first pitch on the way is a curveball up top for a strike. It's only 1. The 0-1. Swing, slaps it down the line, foul. It's 0-2. That's Saturday, February 21st. Atlanta is in Tampa Bay. Neither one of them have a game plan for broadcasting, so there's probably not going to be a broadcast that first game. And both teams tend to not start broadcasting until much later in the spring anyways. But we do know that if nothing else, we're going to bring you Mets Marlins. As the 0-2 pitch swung on, pops it up. Fair caught over there at right side by the second baseman. Nunez, 2 down. Runner at second, 2 down, 1-0 your score. The DR leading Verde 1-0. First pitch on the way to Amador is swatted back foul. It's 0-1. Amador, the number 3 hitter, third baseman for Mexico Verde. Because of all this, we're planning on going and catching a game down at Cool Today Park. It's going to be early on because I just know any game that's at home for the Braves in the early going is just not going to be broadcasted anyway. 1-1, swing, fouls it back, 1-2. So what we'll be relying on in the early stages for Braves fans is when they are at a visiting park, if they are being broadcasted by that team's television crew. One, 2 count. Swing, lifts it into left field, drifting back, making the catch, and that'll end the inning. So 1, 2, 3 after the man gets on, and we'll be back in a flash. 1-0 your score. Dominican Republic leads this one in the early stages.
I ain't riding with nobody that think that the AC burn gas. Stop it.
December 19th, Poor Richard's Almanac was first published in 1732. Writing under the pseudonym Richard Saunders, Benjamin Franklin chose the pen name, inspired by the humorously humble and fictitious Poor Richard, to connect with everyday readers. An almanac was a yearly publication providing weather forecasts, planting schedules, astrological information, and advice for daily living. Franklin's almanac stood out for its witty proverbs and practical wisdom, like early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise, and a penny saved is a penny earned. Poor Richard's Almanac was an instant success, selling tens of thousands of copies annually and becoming one of the most popular publications in colonial America. Franklin published it for 25 years till 1758, earning substantial profits that made him wealthy. By age 42, the polymath Franklin was able to retire from this printing business, devoting his time and passion to science, public service, and diplomacy. The almanac's humor and timeless wisdom cemented Franklin's reputation as a man of wit and practicality, leaving a legacy that remains celebrated today.
You could put 5 or 6 old Hall of Famers together and we could talk for 5 hours, 6 hours. You know, you can give us a few beers and, you know, you could double that. We all ate together in the plaque room. The feeling inside, you get your heart pumping a little bit. You really sense how special it is to be a Hall of Famer.
It's really a respect that you have and that ties you together because you know the effort that it takes, the commitment that it takes to be an elite player. And I think it's really cool to say that George Brett is my friend.
It's definitely been a life changer. It's given me so many thrills to be able to go to Cooperstown now and call these guys my friends. You know, that's the best part about it.
My new dog ate a whole bag full of scramble tiles. We got word, took him to the vet. No word yet.
Bottom of the third, 1-0 your score. The DR leading Verde. Dominican Republic versus Mexico. The green team. So if you're keeping up with it, it was Panama It was left out of the semifinals. There were 5 teams in this tournament. Reyes goes back to work. Daniel Reyes flips the first pitch up there, 81 mile an hour. Look like it's 2-seamer. It's 1-0. 1-0. Swing, slices it back foul. 1-1. It's a little surprising that this is their go-to guy for the semifinals. The 1-1. Outside wide 2-1. This seems more like a guy you bring out of the bullpen to eat innings if the game gets out of hand one way or the other. This doesn't seem like the guy you go to when the game's on the line. The 2-1 pitch just smacks the edge. 2-2. You're topping out at 84 most of the game. You just didn't think the Dominican that little chubby midget's back for the Dominican Republic. The 2-2 in the dirt. 3-2. Full count. Righty lefty. Here's the pitch. Outside wide, ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. Man, you gotta stop and, you know, when you get this little midget that's running the little tiny legs, real heavy set kid. We talked about him last ball game. Easily 100 pounds overweight, and you can imagine what that looks like on a short field. He's running out to get the bat. I feel like I'd have to meet him, man. I'd have to go walk towards him, or at least roll the bat in his direction. He had to go about halfway up the line to get the ball get the bat from the batter. His first pitch on the way is down and away. Slider misses. No. Just almost seems cruel not to meet him. Imagine if you put Fred Flintstone in a trash compactor. That's essentially what we're looking at here. 1-0 count. Down and away, trying to get him to chase that slider ball 2-0. DR leads this one 2-0. We're here in the bottom of the third. Semifinals, the winner heads to the championship tomorrow night. We'll have the call at 8 o'clock Eastern. The 2-0. Swing, fouls it back. Trying to bring the heat there with 87 across the board. Nunez was taken off on the pitch. Brito stands on deck, the ex-New York Yankee. Lake, who's been red hot, batting .438 in the series, is in the hole. The 2-1. Reyes flips one up there, swing, chopped over to second. That's going to be a 4, 6, 3. Taylor-made double play. So just like that, Reyes dances out of danger, and there's 2 down. Got a bit of sad news in the baseball world yesterday as Buck Martinez announced his retirement from broadcasting the Toronto Blue Jays, one of the truly great gems in all of broadcasting. Been with the Blue Jays for over 20 years, but he was, most of y'all will remember, he did quite a bit of a Wednesday Night Baseball on ESPN. First pitch to Brito was a check swing. He said he did not go around. It's 1-0. The 1-0 flips it outside wide. Ball 2-2-0. 2-0 count. Ball 3-0. Sinker misses well off the plate. World Baseball Classic begins March 5th. It's a 3-0 pitch. Ball 4. So he'll head on down to first. So he's had 2 4-pitch walks against the 2 left-handers, but sprinkling a double play has worked him out of trouble so far. That'll bring Lake, the center fielder, batting .438 here in the series, .971 OPS. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way, runner goes in, the ball pops out of the glove of Solis, the backstop for Verde, and that'll be an easy stolen base for the Dominican Republic. So a runner in scoring position now. Lake digging in. Righty-righty, first pitch. Off that 0-1 is outside wide. 1-0. One count. DR leads Verde 1-0. The 1-1. Green Sox kicks and fires. Back into the crowd, 1-2. These day games, sparsely populated, and it tends to fill up. I thought it'd be a little more with it being a Friday and it being a semifinal game, but it looks like it's the same. My guess would be about 1,000 people or so in the stands sprinkled throughout the stadium, maybe a little more. It's hard to tell because quite a bit of them are sitting in the covered area behind home plate that you can't see because of the camera angles. The 1-2 pitch, swing, chops it over to second, juggled, bobbled. Here comes the throw to the plate, and he is safe. Good hustle on the play in the Dominican Republic. Has made it 2-0. I believe Lake made it up to second base. He did. Verde wants to take a look at this. It was close, but I do believe he got in just in the nick of time. Good hustle there by Cordero. It looked like as long as that front foot touched the plate immediately, and it did look like that it did. And no one was covering second base was the reason why Lake was able to go up so easily. They were all fixated on what was going on at home plate. So 2-0 your scored. Don't think we're going to get a review. It's just such a close play. I don't think they would have gotten it overturned. And that'll bring the left-handed bat of Adames to the plate. He's batting .200 in the series. Righty-lefty matchup. Kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. The 0-1 count. Rocks and fires. Fastball right there on the edge. It's 0-2. Two nothing your score. DR leading Verde. Bottom of the third inning, 2 outs. Runner at second. Here's the pitch. Swing, slaps it foul. Looked like Lake was thinking about stealing third. I don't know what you're going to gain from that, but it did look like that's what he was doing. The 0-2 count. Kicks and brings it. Swing, slaps it foul. Lake looked like he was going on that play too. You don't gain a lot going second to third with 2 outs. The last thing you want to do is end the inning at third. The infield is back into the right, and the third baseman, if nothing else, I guess he's making him cheat over a little bit, so they are gaining that out of it. The 0-2 in the dirt, 1-2. Look like the curveball. Good to see you, Mr. Fisher. The 1-2. Comes set. Runner goes again. Ball in the dirt. 2-2. Lake retreated back to second base after looking like he was darting to third. So he'll stay at second base. Deuces wild, runner at second, a 2-2 count. 2 outs, 2-0 your score. Christian Adames standing at the plate. Pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the drop change, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Dominican Republic put another one on the board. It's 2-0. We'll go to the top of the 4th. Verde trailing and grabbing the sticks when we return.
Am I the only person that feels like they're being held hostage driving behind a school bus? Because, like, why, bro? I'm not following you to the school. Why are you holding me hostage back here? I can't even go around you because you got that big blinky stop signs, bro. Why? And, like, I get it. You got to pick up the crotch goblins, but, like, after this group, can you please pull to the side of the road and let the 9,342 cars that have accumulated over the last 3 bus stops pass you? They will literally burn rubber passing you. And seriously. And I know you're thinking, what about the kids? Let them walk. You know what I mean? It'll probably do the kids some good, though. You burn off some of that excess energy and probably act right in school. Who knows? Either way, it's a win-win. You get no buses on the routes and kids act better.
If one picture is worth 1,000 words, you have seen about 1,000,000 words. But more than that, you have seen an absolutely bizarre finish to Game 6 of the 1986 World Series. The Mets are not only alive, they are well, and they will play the Red Sox in Game 7 tomorrow.
2 days later, the Mets won the championship 8-5.
I wouldn't even watch the 7th game. I knew it was over, and it didn't even matter to me. Even if they'd won, somehow they had lost in '86. And my kids, however, who were then 7 and 8 years old, were big fans, and they were incomprehensible that I wasn't watching the game. So they, of course, were watching it, and I let them call into me only when the Red Sox were winning. Then, of course, by the 6th inning, when the Mets caught up, they were tied and losing, and so I didn't hear any more of it until the end. When they came in to tell me that the Red Sox had lost, I surprisingly started crying. I didn't expect to, because I thought I was preventing myself from caring about it. And these little kids said to me, Mom, it's all right. They'll win next year. And I remember thinking, oh my God, these kids don't know yet that they haven't won since 1918, and I can't tell them that. And I had this terrible feeling of wisdom that I did not want to impart to the kids.
Here in the Caribbean Series. Righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Fastball right there for a strike. Oscar De La Cruz back out there. It's 0-1. Yadier Drake, the right fielder, the base hit earlier. Takes the 0-1 down and away, 1-1. 1-1 count. Drake batting .353 in the series. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and chopped over to third. It'll be a long throw, but a 5-3 put out will get him, and that'll begin the top of the fourth inning. First pitch to Joey Meneses is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Designated hitter batting .214, 530 OPS. 1-0. Right there at the knees. 1-1 count. Swing, fouls it back. 1-2. The 1-2. Swing and laces it towards left field. Drifting in, making the catch is Cordero for out number one. Out number two, excuse me. Righty-righty match, or righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way to Mendoza is well off the plate wide. Sinker hitting about 92 miles an hour. 1-0. Good to see you, Tally. 1-0, chops a foul down the line. So as I continue to scan the schedule, it does look like, as of right now, that February 28th is the 1-1's bang foul. It's 1-2. So far, that is going to be the first game that's going to be televised that we'll be able to bring you. So that'll be the first Braves spring training game here. Up! I've been corrected. They finally updated one Thursday, the 26th. The Braves and Yankees were in the New York Park as the 1-2 pitch is swung on and chopped through the infield, and that's down for a base hit. And one on and two outs here in the top of the fourth. So that'll be the first one. That'll be Thursday, 1:05. We'll get a card. Excuse me. We'll get a card made for that this weekend, and then Saturday against the Orioles. The 0-1 pitch, swing, fouls it back. 1-2. We are bringing you Yankees and Orioles February 20th, the first Friday of spring training. And I believe that Saturday, as of right now, it'll probably be Mets and Marlins, as the 0-1 is inside. But I think the Braves broadcasts are going to be really hit or miss until they get it organized on how they're going to bring baseball to everybody this year. They may not even get a spring training game in. It may be that dicey. The 1-1 count. Swing, slaps it foul. They'll probably have something set up eventually by MLB, so we might be able to do that. 1-2 count, runner at first, 2 outs. 2-0 your score. High and inside. That'll even up the count, 2-2. De La Cruz, by the way, 60 pitches. He's right about where you want to be. Time is called. The 2-2. Fouls that back out of play. We'll do it one more time. Remember that Wednesday, February 25th, Cardinals and Mets are going to be on the BCR, as we have confirmed that will be broadcasted. The 2-2, swing, fists it back, foul. We'll do it one more time. So we'll fill the baseball calendar regardless leading up to opening day, even if we can't get a ton of Braves games. But I still think we'll get you around 10 to 12. I still think there's going to be a way to bring it to you, even if the Braves aren't carrying it. The 2-2, outside, wide, ball 3-3-2. Payoff pitch, down and away, ball 4, so he'll head on down to first. Of course, you got the WBC that begins on Thursday, March 5th. USA starts on Friday, March 6th. I don't think we're doing any games on the 5th because they're really oddball games. One game is 5 a.m. Korea versus Czechia. I don't see that one getting broadcast. And Australia is playing Czechia later that night at 10 p.m. I don't know why. Why are they playing 2 games in one day, 5 a.m. and 10 p.m.? I'm assuming this is correct. That is really strange. Looks like we're going to get a pitching change as they call for the left-hander out of the pen. We'll be back in a flash. 2-0 your score. The Dominican Republic leads Mexico Verde here in the Caribbean Series. We'll be back in a flash.
Diabolical. Call the police. This has got to be illegal. Listen, oatmeal, cereal, bacon and eggs, biscuits and gravy. These are breakfast foods, okay? Don't you ever hand me a hot dog at 6 o'clock in the morning talking about, you want breakfast? Because I will feed you a knuckle sandwich for your breakfast, okay? I will punch you in your chest.
For those out there that wanted to know, I'm going to go ahead and address that.
I'd love to hear it.
Tyler Matzik was throwing 1,000 miles an hour. He was throwing rise balls at 1,000, and he was throwing it right down the middle, and nobody could hit it.
Never seen it like that. It was unbelievable.
Look, listen, I tried, y'all.
I remember you struck out, you hit your bat.
Yeah, you know what's coming. Fastball. That's what it's doing. And he was letting that thing rip, man, and it was coming in hot.
You're a rapper. You're mediocre. You're nobody. Rappers are nobodies. You didn't know that? They don't write they. You don't make your beat. You look at a phone.
They came to an agreement about a drug testing policy that had so many holes in it that there was no way a player, unless he is just dumb as a rock, was going to fail under the guidelines that they set forth.
And that's been the question. Is it possible to have a renaissance and a calamity at the same time? It all depends on what your barometer is. What is your measure? If your measure is money, and only money, then yeah, it was possible because people in this game made more money than ever. But if your barometer is something more than that, if your barometer is integrity, is in having people look at you and believing in your sport, not just going to the games, but believing in your sport, then it's not possible.
Welcome back, lefty-lefty matchup as Florial set to face Hernandez. First pitch is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Runner at first and second, 2 outs. Pitch, swing and a miss, nasty slider off the plate. 1-1. Hernandez flips it up there. Ball is lifted high and deep into left field. Going back on the track. And zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam-a ding-dong. A 3-run shot. And just like that, Mexico Verde has taken a 1-run lead. Yes, sir! Verde is alive. Wow. Holy Toledo. 385 happy feet, 95 miles an hour off the bat. Adames. And first pitch on the way is swung on and chopped over to first, and that's going to be a G3 in your scorecard, and that'll end the inning, but not before. A 3-run shot makes this a 3-2 game. The Dominican Republic, they'll see if they can answer when we return.
The fact that there is a term for domestic housewife implies that there are...
The Minnesota Twins have a lot of fans, but it would be their biggest fan that would propel them to World Series victories in 1987 and 1991. Dick Erickson worked at the Metrodome from 1982 until he retired in 1995. In 2003, he admitted that he adjusted the ventilation system during the late inning of close games in an attempt to get baseballs to carry farther when the Twins were up to the plate. And that's not all. He also claimed the fans behind home plate were turned on when the Twins were on offense. So when did one of these incidents occur? Look no further than the 11th inning of Game 6 of the 1991 World Series. Kirby Puckett is up at the plate with the fans blowing out. Next thing you know, we're headed to Game 7. And don't think that other teams weren't suspicious. One manager went as far as to say there was a breeze blowing out when they were on defense and a breeze blowing in when they were on offense. In the 13 years he was employed by the Twins, they only had a losing record at home 3 times. Even crazier, the Twins were 8-0 at home and 0-6 on the road during their 2 World Series appearances in 1987 and 1991. So do you think the Twins were aided by the air conditioning and the fans during their 2 World Series runs? Or do you think the former superintendent was blowing things out of proportion?
It occurred to me that it was 11 years ago today. My buddy Jim came running out, hollering, "It's a boy, it's a boy." Tears running down his face. That's the last time we went to Thailand.
The moments of great personal failure or humiliation in baseball, Merkel's boner, Snodgrass's muff, Branca's pitch to Bobby Thompson, we all lose in our lives. We are fortunate enough not to have to lose in front of national television audiences. But inevitably, within a few years, there's a rehabilitation, and you feel sorry for him. Bill Buckner right now, people in Boston say, you know, good old Bill, he did his best. You know, they would have killed him that day. Well, it's nice that we're forgiving in that fashion.
of the fourth we go. Verde leading the DR 3-2. The DR will grab the sticks. Just joining us, Florial, with a 3-run home run just moments ago, has given Verde a 1-run lead. Adrod comes to the plate, righty-lefty matchup, first pitch swinging, pops it up into center field, drifting over, making the easy catch is Coriel. F8 in your scorecard, 1 away. One up, one down. Reyes, by the way, is about to throw his 60th pitch of the day. First pitch on the way is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. A little north of where you want to be starting off the fourth inning, but not terribly high. The 1-0. Swing, slaps it back foul. 1-1. One count. 3-2 your score. Mexico Verde leading the Dominican Republic here in the bottom of fourth. The 1-1 is dribbled on the ground over to short. It's going to be an easy 6-3 put out. And there's quickly 2 down. Sunday morning, 10 a.m. will be the salute to baseball here on the BCR, our Super Bowl special that we do. This will be the 3rd year. First pitch on the way is down below the knees to Marco Hernandez. It's 1-0. Righty-lefty matchup. 1-0 swing and miss. Chase one well below the zone. 1-1. 1-1 count. Swing, pops it up. High into left field, not very deep, easily playable. Florial's underneath it, and that'll end the inning. So just like that, the DR goes down. 1, 2, 3. We'll be back in a flash. We go to the top of the 5th. In a nip and tuck 3-2 battle, the winner goes to the championship for the Caribbean Series.
All right, Carter, you got 25.87.
Not for long. I make bad financial decisions.
I saw a post on Facebook just now that said, go laugh in the places that you've cried. So I'm sitting here in the parking lot of a Shell station, and I'm realizing that life may be chewing me up and me out, but I am built like a piece of corn, and I will persevere.
I'm 36 years old, I've got flabby arm and pelican neck, and all my house plants are dead, and no one loves me. But what difference does that make anyway, because everything in my life sucks?
In 1985, Carlton Fisk, still one of the premier catchers in the game, became a free agent. He strangely received only one offer and eventually re-signed with Chicago. In 1987, Andre Dawson, the Montreal Expos star slugger, tried free agency too. No one wanted him. Jack Morris, the winningest pitcher in baseball during the 80s, filed for free agency that same year. He received no offers and was forced to re-sign with the Tigers.
The owners got together in 1985 and decided to form a conspiracy under which they would break the free agent market by agreeing that no team would ever make an offer to a free agent. It was in violation of their contractual commitment. All 26 owners had signed a contract which said no club shall act in concert with any other club with respect to free agents. And they formed a conspiracy, and it included all 26 owners, general managers, club officials, 3 league presidents, several commissioners, all had to be involved and were involved in violating their contractual commitment. And it worked.
Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more. Welcome back. Three to two as we go to the top of the fifth. Mexico Verde go back to the plate. Sepulveda, leadoff man, will begin the inning. Lefty matchup. First pitch on the way. Drops a fastball in under his hands. It's 0-1. Hernandez started the inning off with 4 pitches, so he should be good to go for a while as the 0-1's right there. First strike, it's 0-2. 0-2 count. This is high, 1-2. Swing, slaps it back foul. Do it again. I'm seeing that now, James. The great Sonny Jurgensen passed away today. I didn't know he was still with us. He was born in 1934. I didn't realize he was still around. 1-2 outside wide, 2-2. He did some hard living back in his playing days. That's a pretty good job for him to make it all the way to what is that? Almost 92 years old. The 2-2 pitch, swing, chops it down the first base line, and that'll be a G3 as running up and tapping the bag is Adames, 1 away. My grandfather loved that guy. Back in the day, down in Florida, as the first pitch on the way is swung on and sliced foul. It's 0-1. You didn't have the Dolphins, you didn't have the Buccaneers. So for whatever reason, the team that they got regularly was the Washington Redskins on television down here in Florida. As the 0-1 pitch misses high. You go around, they check down the line. He did not. 1. He used to tell me stories about Sonny Jurgensen all the time. 1-1 count. High and out of the zone. Ball 2-1. I never got a chance to see him play. He was gone by the time I was watching football. I know he was highly thought of. 3-2 your score. Verde leads the DR. We're in the top of the 5th. Verde at the plate. Here's the pitch. And swing. That ball's banged down the right field line, but foul. 2-2. Cordoba batting .294. In this series with an OPS of .958. Good to see you, Real McCoy. The 2-2. Slaps that back foul. We'll do it one more time. Verde 3. Dominican Republic 2. 1 out. We're in the top of the 5th. Standing on deck is Amador, and Drake is in the hole. The 2-2. Slaps it back foul. Really making them work. This will be the 7th pitch of the at-bat. 2-2 count. Bangs that foul down the right field line. So nothing else. He's going to make him sweat a little bit. The 2-2. High and out of the zone. Ball 3, 3-2. 3-2 count. Pops it up. And that's going to be a can of corn over close to first base. Drifting in, making the easy catch over there is Adames. 2 down. Their scoreboard, for whatever reason, is all kinds of messed up. There's not a runner at first base like you're seeing on the screen. And I don't know why the strikes and balls are no longer coming up. But we'll reload that at the next break. See if we can get it fixed. Time is called. Quite sure what that was about, but back to work. First pitch is down and in. Slider, he was shooting for the outer edge and went inside, almost clipped the batter in the right arm. That's 1-0. Amador 0 for 2 on the day. On deck is Drake. 1-0 misses well inside, ball 2-2. You've got some characters at the game. Some dude is dressed up in a black and red Spider-Man outfit, head to toe with a cowboy hat on. The 2-0 pops it up, down the line, drifting into the stands, out of the reach of the left fielder Cordero, 2-1. I mean, it is quite the look. And he was standing next to someone who was, I don't even know what kind of costume he was in. They're both head to toe. The 2-1 pitch is fouled off, 2-2. Quite a bit more fans are starting to trickle in. And like I said, most of them are sitting behind the plate, so you don't see when the ball gets hit to the outfield. You don't see them because they're all tucked into the corner. It must be straight up general admission. First come, first serve, and most of them are trying to stay as close to the action as possible. The 2-2 count. Nobody on, 2 outs. 3-2 your score. Here's the windup. Here's the pitch. Swing, chops it off the plate. We'll do it again. If you're just joining us, the scoring began in the bottom of the second, where the Dominican Republic put 1 on the board in the second, 1 on the board in the third, and in the top of the fourth, a 3-run home run by Verde has given them the 1-run lead. The 2-2. Swing, chops it back to the mound. That should be an easy 1-3 underhanded flip. It is, and that'll end the inning. So just like that, 1, 2, 3, we'll go to the bottom of the 5th. The DR try to get back in this one, trailing by 1, and they got the sticks to do it. We'll be back in a flash.
What's your country's biggest flex on the rest of the world?
Well, as Germans, we obviously have to say world
Cars.
Cars. Yep, cars, definitely.
Here are 5 classic Gen X moods everybody should know. I'm too old for this shit. I do not get paid enough for this shit. I do not have time for this shit. I am too sober for this shit. I am too tired for this shit.
Join the country club today. The first month is free. You'll have access to badges, one-of-a-kind emojis to display your Braves pride throughout the ball game. You'll also get instant access to our video drops. members only chat, wallpapers, and more is on the way. Help support Braves Country Radio. Join the country club today.
America, you have been gatekeeping something from me. Why? I'm a Brit in America, and there's one thing in America that is the best, and Americans don't speak about it, because you don't want to give it away. You want to gatekeep it. Crushed ice. Crushed ice is the greatest thing to come out of America since Dolly Parton. Crushed ice is straight from heaven. It has been dropped from the pearly gates. Crushed ice is life. It is life.
I think fans have been able to compartmentalize their disappointments and still enjoy it the way they used to. And I think we have built up the same sort of sieve for letting experience through that we have with real people in our real lives. We don't expect them to be saints, and we no longer expect our athletes to be. We expect them to be the same range of people that we see in the rest of our life. And I think that one of the reasons that baseball has not only not lost popularity, but gained it, is as its flaws become apparent, it actually gains depth and humanity, even as it loses its fairy tale mythic qualities.
What's up, Braves Country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark. Love y'all.
At the bottom of the fifth inning. Three to 2 your score. The DR leads trails Mexico Verde by 1. And coming to the plate for the DR is De La Cruz. The hind catcher for the Dominican Republic. He'll take the first pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Top of the order due up next, Nunez, Gonzalez, and then if anybody gets on, Brito. Michael De La Cruz chops at the 0-1 pitch and bangs it foul down the first base line. So an 0-2 count. Kicks and fires. Swing, chops it over to second base. That'll be a 4-3 put out. One down. One up, one down, top of the order now, Nunez, and then Gonzalez. Nunez, 0 for 1 on the day with the walk. Sky's now a little overcast here. So in previous games, we've had the issue of the shadows crossing home plate at this time, but you won't get that today as the first pitch is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. 1-0. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Reyes up to 70 pitches. Still amazes me that he's doing as well as he's been doing. None of his stuff is really blow you away type stuff. Braves have signed Kyle Farmer to a minor league deal. 1-2 count. Swing. Slaps the curveball back foul. There we go. The 1-2. Bangs that down the third baseline. Fastball up top. Kyle Farmer is a journeyman infielder, probably most known as a Minnesota Twin. 35 years old. I mean, nothing to write home about, but he has signed a deal with the Braves minor league system. Is the 1-2 in the dirt? 2-2. Played for the Rockies last year, prior to that the Twins. And then he did have bench roles with the Dodgers and a little bit of a utility role with the Reds back in 2019, 2020. 1-2 off the plate, or 2-2 off the plate, ball 3-3-2. Full count. Nunez trying to work his way aboard. High and out of the zone, ball 4, and he'll head on down to first. You can say that again, as was. Much calmer game today than it was on Wednesday, where it was 16-15. Just about the time you thought someone was running away with it, they climbed back in. That was a great game. Hopefully this one gets over in a little quicker time. I expect this one to be a typical baseball finish, not the marathon that the other one was. Mexico does have a righty and a lefty warming up in the bullpen. Righty appears to be Flores. I cannot make out the jersey of the left-hander. They have one small camera in the corner. Looks like someone's shaky iPhone just taped to a pole somewhere. And on my secondary camera, what do they put up there on the screen as they're showing the bullpen? They're just showing underneath they wrote who the broadcasters were, but they didn't put on who the actual pitchers were. Like, who gives it at this point, halfway through the game, if you haven't already announced your broadcasters, just move on. Bottom of the 5th inning. 1 on, 1 out. And here we go. Righty-righty matchup. Gonzalez digs in. First pitch is a slow slider off the plate. Right there for a strike. It's 1-0. Yeah, it was a ton. I was trying to explain it to my wife, but it fell on deaf ears. I was trying to explain to her just the ridiculous amount of pitching substitutions as the 0-1 pitch is banged down the line into the corner. Is it fair? Foul? Just foul. 0-2. That ball is just about a foot to the right. It's going to tie this game up. It would have been an RBI double clearing the base. See how close does it get? They're showing the replay. Man, that just missed. Top of the wall down there. So an 0-2 count. Gonzalez and then Brito. They're going to flip it over to first real quick. Did they get him? They're going to see he got back just in time. That's why I was in shock that whatever that was that happened earlier where they called the batter out, and it was almost like an MLB type deal where it had to do with the pitch clock, but I haven't seen a clock, and they have definitely not been pushing the pace in this series. So I don't know what they called him out for. But anyways, it was kind of funny to even hear that or see that, whatever they were calling him out for, because they were not in a hurry to move the game along on Wednesday. The 0-2 count. Swing, slaps that foul curveball down below the knees, just sliced it, got enough of it to stay alive. It was almost like that they were union guys getting paid by the hour over there. I mean, they were dragging that game out. The 0-2. Swing, chopper over the mound. That's going to be a 4-6 putout. Slow developing play, but they'll get the lead runner. It'll be a fielder's choice sending Brito to first. The runner had to stop because he didn't want to run over the defender, the second baseman coming in to cut the play off. He was kind of stuck between no man's land. There was no real chance to get the runner heading down to first. Another mound visit. That's what I'm saying. Like, if they are calling batters out on a pitch clock violation, it's comical because there are no rules on how many times you go to the mound. They are going to make a pitching change. We'll be back in a flash. Verde leading the DR by 1. Runner at first, 2 outs. And the right-hander, we'll introduce him when we return.
It's just a long string of very bad luck. And I don't know what kind of carnage I inflicted in a past life to deserve it. I must have been Dracula or a spin instructor.
They make jokes about you drinking, like I make jokes about Ed. Can I?
That's may I.
May, excuse me.
You were dangling a participle, and I just wanted to...
Well, I'll wear a long coat and nobody will notice it.
So you mean to tell me that I'm nobody's TikTok crush? Whatever, I don't care.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac McGee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
Over a period of 3 years, 1985, 6, and 7, and possibly into 1988, they managed to have a airtight conspiracy.
The union took the case to arbitrators, and after thousands of hours of testimony, Major League Baseball was found guilty of collusion. The conspiracy was broken, and the owners had to pay the players $280 million in lost wages.
Braves Country Radio, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. Welcome back. Lefty-lefty matchup. As the first pitch on the way is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Left-hander Ghost bringing it high and out of the zone. 2-0. 2-0 count. Socrates Brito, the batter. Kicks and fires, swings, slices it into left field. That's down for a base hit. And runners at first and second. And just 2 outs here. We've got just a 1-run game. The tying run moves into scoring position with Lake, one of the hottest batters in this series, coming to the plate. It's a pitch on the outer edge, and he just kind of sliced it towards left. They must not do a lot of televised action at this place because it has not occurred to them that the screen that they have up in between home plate and the fans should really invest in a clear because that ball goes out there and you just it's hard to even tell where the hell the ball is going because of the black netting kind of blinds the whole thing. You almost have to wait to the reaction of the defender. An honest engine if Cordero's out there playing left field. It's a crapshoot. So lefty-righty matchup. Lake the batter. Runner at first and second, 2 outs. A 1-run game. The first pitch, swing, chops it off the plate. It's 0-1. The 0-1. inside. 1-1. 1-1 count. The pitch on the way. Good take off the plate, 2-1. Try to go with the changeup, get him to chase. Adames is standing on deck. Cordero is in the hole. 1-run game, bottom of the fifth. 3-2 your score. Verde leads the Dominican Republic. The pitch. Swing! Chops it down the third base line. Just foul. I think I remember Buck Martinez having some health issues last year. I hope he's okay. It's a shame to see him leave. He really is one of my favorite broadcasters in modern day baseball. Never got a really chance to hear him much because he left ESPN years ago and went back to Toronto full time. As the 2-2 fouls it back off the glove, will do it again. Now unfortunately, I don't get a chance to hear out-of-town teams that play on the East Coast, because if they're playing at the same time the Braves are, there's no way I'm going to catch it. Even before I was doing these games, the 2-2 fouls it back. But when Toronto was out on the West Coast or whatnot, I would try to flip over to hear their radio call of Buck Martinez. A lot of times he did television too, but I would try to catch him because I thought he was one of the better ones. I never understood why ESPN ran him off. I thought he was excellent. The 2-2 in the dirt, ball 3-3-2. Same thing with the guy, his name, Gary Thorne. Gary Thorne called a good baseball game for ESPN. He was much more known for hockey. And I don't know why they ran him off. I mean, that guy had talent. The 3-2 pitch. Runners at first and second, 2 outs, so they'll be going on the toss. The windup, the pitch, swing. That ball's hammered over the left-hand side. It's going to jump up, fired over to first, and Lake is safe. Here comes a runner home, and he is going to be dead meat. Dead meat. Good defensive throw by the first baseman. Mendoza fires it home to Salas, and Salas applies the tag. Ill-advised aggressive running, and looking at the replay, a really dopey idea because he had stopped, come to a complete stop, and then decided to take off towards home plate. And by that time, he was cooked. His arm hit the catcher's knee as he was diving into home plate, and he's shaken up a bit. We'll see if he's okay when we return. Verde holding on to a 1-run lead. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR.
Can't wait to hear future generations give their children advice like, son, if something sounds too Gucci to be trill, it's probably cap. Dead ass.
I'm resilient. I'm strong. I'm powerful. I have head trauma. We're good.
Ever thought of getting a partner again? Oh, no. No, I tried Linda Lovelace, but she said she had it up to here.
I didn't know that.
She didn't want to be with me.
She just got divorced this week. Did you know that?
Oh, I want to wish her or whoever gets her a lot of luck.
Inside smells like up dog.
Inside smells like up dog?
Yeah.
What's up dog?
Not much.
What's...
Most people have not fully understood what that collusive effort meant. That it was an agreement not to improve your team. It was an agreement that no matter how important these free agents are, superstars available to improve your team, to fill in holes on a team that could otherwise be a pennant contender, it was an agreement you will not, under any circumstances, make an offer to a free agent no matter how good he is. And that is really a conspiracy to fix the pennant race. And I think that in terms of scandalous proportions, that collusive conspiracy really was far worse than what is generally conceded to be the worst scandal, the Black Sox scandal, involving 8 players. This involved all 26 owners and all their officials, and not for one series, but for 3 consecutive and possibly 4 years.
Thank you for listening, liking, and subscribing to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back. Top of the 6th we go. 3-2 your score. Mexico Verde leads the Dominican Republic by 1. We go to the top of the 6th, and Verde will head to the plate. A little bit of delay as they had to look at Eric Gonzalez, who was thrown out at home, and his shoulder hit the umpires. Excuse me, they're showing the umpires because they were reviewing the play. He is definitely out. His shoulder hit the catcher's leg, left leg, and I think he banged his head too. So they're checking him for concussion protocol as well. But I expect this to end up being an out. So we'll stay here with you. Three runs, 5 hits, 1 error for Mexico Verde. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Dominican Republic. Hope y'all are enjoying your Friday. I guess we're almost going into Friday evening, Friday afternoon, 5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, just past the 5 o'clock hour here on the East Coast, 5:07. They did confirm that was an out, so they'll be coming back here in just a second. We'll be ready to roll as we head to the 6th inning. So we'll have a lefty-righty matchup to start off as Hernandez will come back out to the mound, 26 pitches in. Drake leading us off. It'll be Drake, Meneses, and Mendoza. Righty-righty matchup, as we will get a pitching change. It's Luis Frias, and the first pitch on the way is shot into center field, down for a base hit, and a leadoff single for Verde. Luis Frias, we've seen him in for the Dominican Republic a couple times this week. Ex-Cleveland Guardian. He's going to flip it over to first real quick, and just back in time under the tag is Drake. As Meneses, the designated hitter, digs in. Righty-righty matchup, the pitch. Swing and a miss. So we had the Super Bowl Sunday show, the Salute to Baseball, and we do that. It's paying homage to a guy who was in New York radio for years that loved baseball so much that when it came to Super Bowl Sunday, he had a radio show on Sundays, and everybody else, I guess, at the station was hyped up the Super Bowl, and he refused to do it, so he would play baseball music. Well, we don't do the same thing because obviously you two will bang you for the music rights, but we try to dedicate something to baseball on that day as the 0-2 pitch misses outside, high, 1-2. So we've done the 59 reasons why baseball is better than football. Was last year's Super Bowl 59. This is the third edition. This will be the greatest radio calls of all time is the 0-2 outside wide, 1-2. There's a couple of television calls sprinkled in, but the majority of them will be baseball calls, and we'll kind of go over what was going on with them, just kind of tip of the cap to them. We're just trying to keep that alive because he did it on New York radio for about 43 years, somewhere in that neighborhood. The 2-2, high and out of the zone, ball 3-2. Full count. They wind up the pitch, swing, chops it over towards deep in the hole. It's short. They're going to fire it to second. It's going to be a 6-4 put out. Here comes the relay. The runner will beat it out. So a fielder's choice on the play, but a good defensive play there by Gonzalez to Nunez to get the lead runner. 1 on, 1 out here. Verde stays out of the double play. Righty-lefty matchup now as Mendoza to the plate. First baseman batting 167 in the series. It's the first pitch off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. He is 2 for 2 on the day. 1-0, swing, rips that into right field. That's through for a base hit and make him 3 for 3 on the day. Runner at first heads to third. Runners on the corners and 1 out. Verde trying to add to their 1-run lead. 3-2 your score, top of the 6th. Time is being called as the DR is going to have a quick powwow on the mound, see if they're going to make a pitching change or if this is just a conference call. Looks like he's just coming out to talk to Frias. It's always hard to tell with the DR because a couple of times they'll come up and clap their hands together like managers in major leagues do, meaning, all right, you're done, give me the ball, and it ends up just being a part of their pep talk. Left-handers warming up in the pen for the DR. Does look like it's a festive crowd there watching the game. They're all up dancing, holding their flags, having a good time. The 3-2, inside high. Runners at first and second, 3-2 your score. Luis Verdugo looking for his first hit of the day. The 1-0, swing, lifts it into center field. And that's going to get down for a base hit. 1 run will score, and it's 4-2 Mexico. Verde taking a 2-run lead, doubling their lead. Not a hard hit ball, just got it over the infield. There's a fastball on the outside part of the plate, and he just kind of slapped it out there to center. That'll bring Florial to the plate, and remember, he's got a 3-run home run in his pocket. See if they let him pitch to him. This game is do or die. Winner of this game heads on to the championship game tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. We'll have the call. It is going to be Gonzo for Frias, so he'll hit the showers. We'll get the lefty in here in a second. We'll introduce him when we return. Mexico 4, Dominican Republic 2. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR.
I ain't even gonna lie, y'all. As soon as my direct deposit hit, my taste buds be allergic to everything that's in my refrigerator.
Hey, Braves Country, this is Mac McGee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
So I wanted to tell y'all this because I thought it was comical, so I was wanting to see if somebody else thought it was funny. My child come home and was like, Mom, you want to see all my Valentines? I was like, yeah, cool, bring them to me. So, of course, they were just normal Valentines, but one of them had actual, like, kids writing on it, and it was a decent little amount of writing. So I read it, and I was like, did this little girl leave this note for anybody else, or was it just for you? He was like, no, I was the only one that got that note. It says, Happy Valentine's Day to the person who has seen the best and the worst of me and didn't run away screaming. So, mind you, my child is about to turn 10. So these are 4th graders. What does she mean by that? He said, I don't know, Mama. She just sits there and stares at me all day. I was like, well, have you told her to stop? He was like, many of times.
In the 1988 World Series, the Los Angeles Dodgers were the decided underdogs against a resurgent Oakland Athletics. The Dodgers' best hitter, Kirk Gibson, was injured and not expected to play. In the first game, in the bottom of the 9th, with 2 outs and 1 man on, and Oakland leading 4-3, their ace reliever Dennis Eckersley on the mound, Dodger manager Tommy Lasorda called to the clubhouse to see if Gibson could possibly pinch hit.
4-2 your score, top of the 6th inning. Runners on first and second and 1 out. Lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the first pitch on the way from Montilla. And it's a swing and a miss by Florio. Lefty-lefty, 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires, swing, lifts it down the line. 0-2. Yeah, that's not going away, man. That's a YouTube thing, Gary. Four to 2 your score. Here's the pitch. Swing, slaps it foul. Down the line, out of play. Verde 4. Dominican Republic 2. Wind up the pitch, swing, slices it over towards the left side of the infield. Diving stop over there by Gonzalez, but everybody will be safe. So bases loaded, 1 out. Good job by Gonzalez to keep the runner from advancing home. He had no chance of getting the batter out. By the time he came to his feet, the batter was pretty much crossing first base. Lefty-righty matchup now. Salas, the batter. First pitch, swing and a miss up top. It's 0-1. Salas, the number 9 hitter, batting .417 in the series. The 0-1. Swats it back foul. It's 0-2. Salas just looking for a way to get that runner home from third. A fly ball. Anything. Trying to stay out of the double plays. The top of the order's due up next. Sepulveda 0 for 2 on the day, but he's batting .385 in the series. Pitch on the way, swing, dropping it towards right field. Catch is made, and throw will come in, but the runner will score, so it's 5-2. F9 in your scorecard. So 5-2 now. Dominican Republic painting themselves into a corner here, down by 3. There's still 4 innings left offensively for the DR. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Lefty-lefty matchup. Sepulveda, the leadoff hitter, takes a hack at the first pitch, 97 on the outer track. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Oh-2 count. Swing, slaps it back foul. Looked like he got a piece of the glove hand of De La Cruz. Good to see you, Uncle Charlie. The 0-2 count. 5-2 your score, 2 outs, runners on the quarters for Verde. Here's the pitch in the dirt, 1-2. The 1-2. Down and away. Did he go around? He did not. Third base umpire says he held up. That'll leave him the count at 2-2. So Deuce is wild now. 2 on, 2 outs. A 2-2 count. Mexico Verde leads the Dominican Republic 5-2. Flips it up there, the pitch, and chopped through the hole, and that's going to be an infield single, I do believe, and that's going to make it 6-2. It's a high chopper over the mound. Gonzalez charging all the way. His only play was the first. And Sepulveda's got good speed. It does seem like if he would have turned and flipped it to second, if the second baseman, Nunez, was covering a little quicker, they may have had a force there because the runner at first was not really burning it down to second. He was just kind of cruising. Would have been close, but I think he would have gotten the call. So 6-2 your score. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. They are going to take a quick look at it. So while they do that, we'll step aside real quick. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. Make sure to join us this season on Braves Country Radio. We're bringing you well over 300 ball games, play-by-play, watch party style. We'll bring you the call. You can jump in and join the fun with the rest of the crowd. Talking the game, comments and questions are always welcome. That's Braves Country Radio. Every single Atlanta Braves ball game, over 50 out-of-town games built into our doubleheaders each week, along with even more college football and the NFL for 2026. Once again, we'll bring you all of October. It all gets rolling with our WBC Spring Training and Caribbean Series play-by-play in February and March. We'll see you there on the BCR. They ended up calling him out on the replay. It was close. I'm surprised they called it that quickly, but they did call him out. So let's take that run off the board. Mexico Verde still leads at 5-2. We'll take a really quick break. When we come back, the DR grabs the bats. We're heading to the bottom of the 6th in the Caribbean Series. Should be a fun one to the end. Mac McGee
And I, we're on the same team.
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
And we need more players. We need you to help us win the battle against hunger and poverty. You can sponsor
Braves Country Radio.
Teamwork is what
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
it is all about. And that's why we need you. For just $15 a month,
Don't get greedy. Ask for $2.99.
you can sponsor a child just like
Braves Country Radio.
I've been able to really help,
Braves Country Radio.
and it feels so good. It's so easy. Just reach out now and start sending your love around the world.
The Country Club for Braves Country Radio.
If you join our team, we really can bat 1,000.
Mac McGee.
Who's waiting for help? There's room on our team for you.
To your score. Dominican Republic trying to fight their way back into this. 5 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for Verde. Mexico Verde, the green team. 2 runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Dominican Republic. Coming on to the bump is Alanis, the right-hander. The first pitch on the way to Adames is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Christian Adames just batting 188 here in the series with the 6.29 OPS. (1-0) Up top, misses high, but gets the call. 1-1. (1-1) count. Down and away. 2-0. Righty-lefty matchup. The 2-1 pitch. Misses. Ball 3-3. Standing on deck is Franchi Cordero. Adrod is in the hole. If anybody gets on, Hernandez and then De La Cruz. The 3-1. Swing. Slaps it back foul. 3-2. Full count. And the pitch is down and in. Low, I guess. Ball 4. Questionable call at best. That looked like hit the bottom of the corner. He just showed the replay a couple times. I mean, it grabs the bottom of the zone. Not really sure where they're saying it missed. One on, nobody out. Quick mound visit out there to go over. Mexico Verde clinging to a 3-run lead here. Righty lefty. Franchi Cordero the batter. One swing can make this a 1-run game. First pitch on the way. Swing, chops it foul down the first base side. It's 1-1. The 0-1. Comes set, brings it. Swing, slaps it down the line. 91-mile-an-hour sinker. 0-2. On deck is Adrod and Hernandez in the hole. Runner at first, nobody out. Dominican Republic trails Mexico Verde 5-2. We're here in the bottom of the 6th. The 0-2. Swing! Hammers the slider down the first base side once again. Foul. Good to see women's softball's back in action this weekend. I believe men's college baseball starts next weekend. The 0-2 count. High and out of the zone, 1-2. One, two. Looking in. Gets the sign. Gonna flip it over to first real quick to keep the runner close by. Easily back under the tag. Set up inside the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Swung one at his Ankles. Strike 3. One away. First pitch on the way, down and away. Adrod, it's 1-0. Adrod batting .091 here in the series, 358 OPS. Adeline Rodriguez, the designated hitter. The 1-0 pitch, swing, chops it. Over to third, going to have to barehand. This is going to be a close play. He is not going to get it. In fact, a great leaping play by the first baseman over there. Mendoza kept that ball from going to the dugout. So runners at first and second now. One out. That'll bring Hernandez to the plate. De La Cruz in the hole. Wonder if you might see some pinch hitting here. A big spot in the game where they're trailing by 3. If you can keep that line moving, the top of the order's on the way. Marco Hernandez will hit for himself. Number 8 hitter, but he's batting .462 in the series. It's the man up next that the question is. De La Cruz, good defensive catcher, but he has yet to have a hit all series long. First pitch on the way. Outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. They pinch hit for him on Wednesday. The 1-0. Inside for a strike. Good pitch. 1-1. 1-1 count. Kicks and fires, down and away, splitter. Ball 2, 2-1. Verde 5. The DR2. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, chops it. Slow roller back to the pitcher. He'll flip it to first. Only out that he's got. It'll be a 1-3 put out. 2 down. Runners at first and second. Move down to second and third. Now a single can make this a 1-run game. That'll bring De La Cruz to the plate. We'll see if they let him hit here. You got to figure he's due. He's yet to get a base hit in the entire series, but you're running out of outs, and you don't want to just leave him in for defensive purposes when you're trailing by 3. First pitch on the way is a sinker off the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup. Swing, hammers it down the right field line, just foul. He missed extra bases and 2 RBIs by maybe a foot. Man, did he smoke that ball. So an 0-2 count. Wind up the pitch in the dirt. 1-2. The 1-2. Looking in. Here's the pitch. Down and in. Good take there. Ball 2-2-2. If De La Cruz can work his way aboard, Nunez is at the top of the order. Two count. Way outside wide, fastball, ball 3-3-2. So a full count now. The pitch. That pitch is outside wide, ball 4, so he'll head on down to first. Bases loaded. There are 2 out, but you got ducks all over the pond. That's going to be it. That's going to be a pitching change for Mexico Verde. We'll be back in a flash. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Bottom of the 6th, the DR trailing by 3, but the top of the order is up with the bases juiced.
Why does it take longer to say www than it does to say World Wide Web? I object, Your Honor. Sorry, I just want to rephrase my question. Why does it take longer to say the abbreviated www than it does to say the not abbreviated World Wide Web? I object again, Your Honor, and I move to strike. Listen, aren't acronyms supposed to shorten our phrases, not make them 3 times the syllables? What is going on with W? And why is it the only letter in our alphabet with a word in it?
How'd you end up at the kids' table?
We couldn't find the leaf to expand the dining room table.
Is it true you had a cooked turkey delivered?
Look, cooking a turkey is a point of pride for me, but once I realized that I've never been proud of a turkey I've made, I figured it's time for a lineup change.
And how was the turkey?
Dry.
You had multiple uniform changes throughout dinner.
Spilled wine on myself, celebrating a touchdown.
You were watching football during dinner?
I'm sitting at the kids' table.
What'd you do with your extra 6 hours?
I did make my own cranberry sauce, which didn't get touched.
There are some reports about heavy heartburn.
Yeah, I don't think it's very ideal to be eating such a heavy meal sitting in a position where your knees are next to your ears.
I'm in the corner of the Dodger dugout anticipating that I'll be doing a losing interview. I'm standing just in front of the runway, and I can see Ben Hines, the Dodger batting coach, being dispatched by Lasorda into the clubhouse to check on Gibson. Then I can hear Gibson taking practice swings with a ball being placed by a bat boy on the tee and Gibson hitting into a net, and I can hear the grunts of pain coming from Gibson with every swing. Thwack! Thwack! And I'm thinking to myself, gee, if this guy is going to drag himself out here and hit, we've really got the stuff of legend. And Hines comes walking back, and like in a B movie, he passes Lasorda and says he thinks he's got one good swing in him. I'm thinking, who's writing this script?
Welcome back. Bases are loaded, but there are 2 outs. The wind has picked up a little bit out to center field. You can see the huge flag of Mexico waving in the wind out there. My guess would be about 10 miles an hour, maybe even 15. Gustavo Nunez, the leadoff batter for the Dominican Republic, stands at the plate. A 3-run game as Verde leads the DR. We're here in the bottom of the 6th. Righty-lefty matchup, first pitch on the way. High and out of the zone. Ball goes off the glove of the hind catcher, rolls away. He's going to jump on it just in time. Solis keeping the man down at third at bay. It's 1-0. Man, that almost was a disaster. That goes to the backstop. You're going to get a run, but you're also going to put the tying run into scoring position up at second base. He's catching a little bit of women's college softball yesterday. Saw that Florida State had a no-hitter, and this is just the difference in the two sports. There was a congratulatory handshake and hug kind of thing for the no-hitter, but you can tell this is just something that happens a lot in that sport. Because if it happens in baseball, they're doing a dog pile. First pitch off the plate is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. It's not as common as it used to be. You would see about a half dozen a week. Now the offensive game is caught up in the game of fast pitch softball. But it's weird for me being a baseball person to see that and go, man, I can't believe y'all aren't celebrating. The 2-0 is down and away, or down and in, ball 3-0. So one walk away from sending a run in and putting that tying run at the plate. Got to figure Nunez is going to be taken all the way no matter where this pitch is. Righty-lefty, the pitch, the kick, right down the pipe, sinker. 3-1. Now he'll probably hit the green light. 3-1 count. If you work it to a full count, then every runner is going to be on the move. The 3-1 swing, chops it down the first base line into the first base dugout as it kicked to the right. Full count, so now everybody will be on the move, a full count. Nunez just trying to keep the ball in play. Verde, 5, DR2. The payoff pitch. Swing, slaps it down the left field line. We'll do it again. The 3-2. Inside ball 4, and that's going to send a run home. And still got ducks all over the pond. Bases loaded, 5-3 your score. Now a single would tie this game. Hold everything. Don't go anywhere. Game is on the line. We're here in the 6th inning. Righty-righty matchup. The winner goes to the championship tomorrow night. We'll have it right here on Braves Country Radio. First pitch on the way. Fastball down below the knees. Solis wanted the call, did not get the nod. It's 1-0. That was a close pitch. Looked like it may have touched the bottom of the zone, but it was a good frame as well, so it's hard to tell. Sanchez facing Guzman. The pitch outside wide. 2-0. Guzman on to hit for Gonzalez. Jonathan Guzman. He could stay in for defensive help as well. He is an infielder as well. The 2-0. Standing on deck is Brito. Out and away, ball 3-3. So once again, you would think he would be holding here on this pitch, making him throw a strike. Three-0 count. Bottom of the 6th. Right there. P at the knees. Outer edge. 3-1. Two outs, but you do have Brito on deck, and you've got Lake in the hole. Here's the pitch. Swing! Chops it off the instep. Now another full count, so the runners will be on the move. There is a right-hander warming up in the pen for Mexico Verde. I believe that's Cordon, but I can't make out his jersey number. Guzman stepping out. Climbing back into the box. Bases loaded. They're not even going to hold the runners, so they'll be off to the races. Payoff pitch. Swing, hammered over to third, right at the third baseman. He'll fire it over to first, and Amador to Mendoza makes it a 5-3 putout, and that'll end the inning. Out before the Dominican Republic puts one on the board. Verde leads it by 2. We go to 7.
If you are driving around with some illegal substances, simply put it in a sealed box. That has your address on it because cops aren't allowed to open up your mail.
I'm feeling rather betrayed right now. So I have my usual coffee shop. I'm a regular there. The people know me, I know them, right? My boy never told me that there is a punch card. It's only nine drinks to get a free drink. Your 10th one free. I go there 3 to 4 times a week. I could have run through at least 10 of those already. Y'all are dead to me. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Till then, dead to me.
Excuse me. Is anyone sitting there?
No.
Is anyone sitting there?
No.
Is anyone sitting there?
No.
You got no friends.
Kyle Hubble was probably the greatest pitcher of its time. He had the trickiest pitch that any batter had ever seen, which was the screwball.
A pitch which was a reverse curve. The pitch would dive down into the feet of left-handed hitters and away from right-handed hitters.
It was that screwball which he threw with such brilliant precision that made him the top left-hander of his day.
To me, Kyle's the greatest pitcher that I've ever seen. If there was any particular ball game to win and you needed it, I think Kyle was the man to have on your side to win that important ball game.
Carl Hubble. They nicknamed him the meal ticket.
Well, the Giants punched that meal ticket to the tune of 3 pennants and a World Series title. And along the way, Hubble captured 2 MVP awards, the only NL pitcher ever to receive that honor.
He pitched 18 innings one time, beat the Cardinals 1-0. To me, that's a great pitcher.
Not only had he struck out 5 All-Stars consecutively and under pressure, it was the resounding names: Ruth, Gehrig, Fox, Simmons, Cronin. These were not ordinary hitters.
It is still the greatest performance in the history of All-Star games. Welcome back. Raymond, you're asking about the C.J. Abrams. It's just a proposed trade on ESPN by one of their WRs. That's all it is. It's nothing of actual merit. Alex Colome will come in, the right-hander. First pitch on the way is right there for a strike, cutter at the knees. It's 0-1. Not saying that it couldn't happen, but
The 0-1 swing, lifts it into center field, and that's down for a base hit. And that is a leadoff single for Mexico Verde. Verde with the 2-run lead. I've talked about it several times in the past. He's one of my favorite players in our division. It's not an Atlanta Brave. But as good of a bat as he is at shortstop, there is a big problem with him. He is below average defensive shortstop. Now, the Braves kind of have that answer with Mauricio Dubon to be able to come in and play the late innings. And, of course, you're still going to have Ha-Seong Kim. So if they were to make that trade, essentially, Abrams could get some at-bats at shortstop and whatnot, and then they would come in and bring Kim in. But I just don't see it happening. It seems like a really goofy reach. The 1-0 pops off the glove. De La Cruz will keep it in front of him, so the runner will stay put. Ball 2-2-0. Now, Kyle Farmer is I guess you weren't here when he talked about Kyle Farmer is a 35-year-old also ran. He's a guy that probably won't make the team. He's really just being signed for depth down in the minor leagues. The 2-0 count, swing, chops it foul, 2-1. But what they were, I wish I would have kept it up. They were talking about, in the article, trading Cam Caminiti, Didier Fuentes, and Nacho Alvarez for C.J. Abrams. That's a big, big leap for C.J. Abrams, who, like I said, I like. And he's very affordable this year. He's just a 1 year, $4.2 million this year. As the 2-1 pitch chopped over to second, and only play is going to be to go to first for, so a 4-3 put out, one away. Runner at first makes it down to second. Now he is arbitration eligible for 27 and 28. So if you made that trade, you would have fixed your shortstop issue for the next 2 years. And I don't know what you would do with Ha-Seong Kim if you did that, because you can't really keep him. Because if you were to keep Ha-Seong Kim, somebody's always going to be getting duped out of at bats, and they're paying him $20 million. So it seems kind of dopey to do that. First pitch is outside wide from Colome to Drake. It's one and outside. So I guess my point is, I'll believe that one. So. But he's always been one of my favorite players. They're just very fun to watch. Good. And his glove was a little better last year. Don't get me wrong, but he's had some big time issues at shortstop. 1-0, right there on the outer edge. And that is a very difficult position to absorb a lot of bad defense. We're talking about getting rid of Cam Caminiti, Fuentes, and Nacho Alvarez. And I know to get something, you got to give something up, but man, that is a lot. Because Caminiti is one of the best arms in our system. I'm not that big on Fuentes. He didn't really impress me much, but he is super young. So, and Nacho Alvarez to me is never going to be a big time starter. 1-1, swing, fouls it back. What Nacho Alvarez proved is that he is a very light hitting infielder. Who is more of a depth piece at best if you're trying to compete for a championship. 1-2 count, runner at second, one out. Good to see you, Ken. The 1-2. Down and away. 2-2. I guess I'll have to read the article, but I'd love to know like where this guy's thinking. I mean, is he just really just grasping at straws because, first of all, the Braves don't let anything leave, so I know he didn't get it from the Braves. And secondly, like, what do you do with Ha-Seong Kim? The 2-2, swing, chops it through the hole, and that's going to get through for a base hit. The runner was on the move. He'll score easily, and it is 6-3. Mexico Verde. Yeah, I saw that earlier, Charlie. I still see wrench on my side, like, but I'm inside the application that brings it to y'all. But on the phone app, I noticed that it had changed. And on the desktop, it still shows a wrench. First pitch on the way is up top, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. Runner at first. Still just one out. Alex Colome is one of the better relievers in Major League Baseball many moons ago. The 0-1 swing, fouls it away. It's 0-2. No, Raymond, they're Bobby cops. Isn't that what they call them in England? All they do is give them a billy club. The 0-2 count. Inside high. 1-2. I wonder if they still make them wear those big dopey dome-like caps. One-two count. I noticed recently on the desktop version on YouTube, if you hit the like button for like one of our ball games, it spins a baseball. So I was curious, so I went over to one of our shows over on Armchair that was specifically said, hey, we're doing a football game type thing. And if you hit that, it spun a football. But I don't think you see that on your phone or anything. I think that's just desktop version. Not that it's a big deal one way or the other, but it does look pretty cool. 1-2, swing. Bangs it down the third base line. We'll do it again. The 1-2 from Colome. Swing. That ball's hammered down the left field line. If it's fair, it's gone. It is a foul ball. Just missed the foul ball. Foul pole by several feet to the left. Man, did he clock that one. So you learn something new every day. They're called Bobby
Cops because in 1822, Sir Robert Peel was appointed Home Secretary and became very closely related to the penal reform in Britain. As the 1-2's off the plate, 2-2. He's remembered the formation of the Metropolitan London Police Force in 1829. So police constables were called bobbies and sometimes peelers, reference to his last name. 2-2 count. Meneses trying to work his way aboard. Here's the pitch. Swing. Chops it over to short, into the hole, and that's going to get under the glove of Verdugo, for Gonzalez, and it's a 1-out hit. Runners at first and second, 1 out. Yeah, so back to what I was talking about earlier. They definitely do not have a pitch clock. So I still can't figure out what that guy was called out for earlier in the game. Good Lord, they're going to the pen again. Because how could you get onto someone for calling timeout if you're not trying to speed the game up by a pitch clock? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Anyways, we'll be back in a flash. 6-3 your score. Mexico leads the DR. We're here in the top of the 7th.
Some people need to learn how to go camping out in the mountains and not the left lane.
What are you doing there? I can see that. You're doing it wrong. What are you talking about? You almost finished your peas there. And you ain't even started that other, what do you call it?
Zucchini?
Yeah, whatever.
I was going to eat the zucchini after I finished the peas.
Then when are you going to get to the turkey?
After the zucchini.
That's dumb. You're supposed to eat a little of the peas, then a little bit of the cuisine.
Zucchini.
Whatever. And you take a little of the turkey there. So you get a good mixture there. That's what you call a balanced meal.
The feeling not just of exhilaration, but of utter surprise that engulfed that dugout when he made contact. The looks players exchanged, and then the spontaneous outpouring of emotion and this release of tension as he made his way around the bases was one of the greatest things I've ever seen in baseball.
And look who's coming up. 4-3 A's, 2-out, 9th inning. You talk about a roll of the dice. This is it. You know, complaining about the fact that with the left knee bothering him, he can't push off. Well, now he can't push off and he can't land. So the Dodgers trying to catch lightning right now.
And he's staying on an outside corner. He's not going to give him a ball to pull. With Davis, he just missed, but here's 2 quick strikes, both fastballs that kind of tail away the outside part. Hasse is not even flirted with the inside part of that plate.
Sachs waiting on deck, but the game right now is at the plate. High fly ball into right field. She is gone!
It was Gibson's only at-bat in the series, but the inspired Dodgers went on to beat the stunned A's in 5 games.
Left-hander coming on for the Dominican Republic. Jan, we saw him earlier in the series, lefty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way. Right there, 97 on the outer cut. It's 0-1. DR trailing 6-3. We're here in the top of the 7th inning. 7th inning stretch on the way. The 0-1. Swing, lifts it. High into left field and dropped. Franchi Cordero drops another one. Ball's going to get down, and here comes the throw home, and that'll be safe, and it's 7-3 Mexico Verde. Holy Toledo. Talked about this all week long, how Cordero is the disaster at best out there in left field. That is the third error that he has committed in the last 2 games that we've done. And once again, they could have given 3, possibly 4 to him on Wednesday, but they were pretty kind to him on a couple of the plays. That was terrible. That ball hit him right in the glove. Kicked to the back wall, and by the time he got a hold of it, all the runners were taken off and one came home. The first pitch on the way is swung on. That ball's going to get over the head of Lake. It's going to get over the wall. Is that a ground rule double? They didn't call it. Here comes the throw to the infield. Runner scores, and it is 8-3. And this runner's going to be, whoa, they're going to call him safe? They're going to call him safe? It's 9-3. The second runner came home, and the ball beat him by a mile. He must not have applied the tag. Wow. I don't know how he wasn't out. The umpire wasn't in the best spot to call that, but let's take another look. If they show the front end, well, that's going to be blocked again. I mean, as they continue to show it, they don't have a look on the third base side of the plate, which is what you would really need to see if he was safe. They're not going to challenge it, so here we go, 9-3, first pitch, swing and a miss. It's 0-1. That is a strange one right there. The ball beat him by a mile. He held on to the ball, by the way. So he beat him by the mile. He applied the tag. His foot came in, but it's not getting challenged, so that wind that picked up out there to center field might have influenced that ball going out there, got over the head of the center fielder, Cordoba. Blake, excuse me. Second time I've been that for the 0-1 swing and a miss. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count to Florial. He had a 3-run home run his last time up. He's 2 for 3, not his last time up, earlier in the game. He's 2 for 3 on the day. The 0-2, runner at second, 1 out. Pitch on the way, swing, slices it back foul. Oh, 2 count. Jan comes set. Foul tipped into the glove, held on to it, strike 3, 2 down. I don't know what Florial is arguing about. He definitely swung and he definitely held on to the ball. So 2 down, but Mexico leads it by 6 now. They're now 9 defensive outs away to get into the championship game. Lefty-righty matchup now. Runner at first, 2 outs. Salas, the batter. Backstop takes the first pitch right there for a strike. It's 0-1. He's got a 385 average here in the series. The 0-1. High and out of the zone. 1-1. Standing on deck, top of the order due up for Mexico Verde. The 1-1 pitch. Swing lifts it. High into right field, coming in, making the catch, and that'll end the inning. but not before. Verde put 3 more on the board. It's 9-3. We'll be back in a flash. DR try to get back on the board and get back into this when we return.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3. Me out to the ball game. Me out to the top. Find me something up, Cracker Jack. I don't care if I have to get back on the creek. Root for the You sound better tonight!
Welcome back. Nine to 3 your score. We're heading to the bottom of the 7th inning. Dominican Republic trailing by 6, trying to climb back into this one. The semifinals championship tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. First pitch on the way. Outside wide to Brito. It's 1-0. Good to see you, BA. 1-0. Inside first strike, 1-1. 1-1 count. Swing. Chops it over to short. Should be an easy 6-3 put out. It is. 1 down. One up, one down, and that'll bring Lake to the plate. He's 1 for 3 on the day. First pitch on the way is a sinker right there in the outside track. It's a 1. Go 1.
Sanchez rocks and fires, swing, chops it over to third deep into the hole, but it's foul. That ball stays fair. It's going to be an infield single, but instead, it's 0-2. (0-2) count. Down below the knees, 1-2. Righty-righty matchup, the 1-2 pitch. Swing, bangs it foul down the third base line. We'll do it again. Lake batting .444 here in the series with a .974 OPS. Trying to get something started. The Dominican Republic here in the bottom of the seventh. They trailed 9-3. The 1-2. Right there on the outer edge, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Comes set. Lifts the glove and brings it. Off the plate, full count. Damis stands on deck. If they keep the line moving, Franchi Cordero continues to just be a disaster defensively, but a good stick is in the hole. He'd like to make up for that error that he was charged with just a half inning ago. The 3-2. Swing, pops it up. Down the right field line, out of play. They just must have nobody else that can play left field with a good bat, because I would have thought after the last couple of times we've seen Cordero out there that he would have been the designated hitter today. The 3-2. Swing. Hits it on the ground hard over to short. That'll be an easy 6-3. 2 down. Two up, 2 down. Adames coming to the plate. Christian Adames batting just 188 in the series. Righty-lefty matchup. Pitch on the way. Swing, fouls it back. It's 0-1. Swing, chops it foul down the line, 0-2. Strange, too, because the guy they have playing designated hitter, Adrod, I mean, he's only batting 167. So, I mean, what are we doing here? It seems like Cordero is a natural fit at the designated hitter position. Just build your lineup around that. Anything to get his glove out of the game to keep his bat in. The 0-2 count. Inside, 1-2. Spun him around with the sinker in off the hands. Mexico Verde just 7 outs away from punching their ticket to the championship tomorrow night. We'll have it right here, 8 o'clock Eastern. The 1-2 swing lifts it high and deep into center field, but not deep enough. Camping underneath it, Cordoba, and that'll end the inning. So they go down 1-2-3. We'll be back on a flash. 8th inning we go. 9-3 Verde over the DR, and it's the 8th inning. You know what that means.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
It's happy hour. When wins become losses and losses become wins.
You guys going to happy hour? Yeah? Yeah, I'll come for a couple. Just a couple, though. Not like last time.
When buying a beer, don't make this mistake. Buying only one beer can cause a misalignment in your spine due to the uneven weight distribution. This can cause unnecessary back pain and potential spine issues. To prevent this, carry 2 beers, ensuring your body is balanced and proper health maintained.
Okay.
Get it! Hey!
Afternoon, everybody.
Put my pants on, one leg at a time.
Guess what? I got a fever, and the only prescription is not...
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News.
You're in Braves country.
They're making it laws where you can't drink when you want to. Pretty soon we're going to be communist country.
Well, for me, the war, you gotta understand, we're on a mission from God.
If you want to stop me, you're gonna have to kill me!
Welcome back. Nine to 3 your score as we head to the top of the 8th inning. Mexico leading the Dominican Republic. Semifinal match. 9 runs, 13 hits, 1 error for Mexico, Verde. 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Dominican Republic. Verde back to the bats. Jan back on the mound. The southpaw fires one, slider off the edge. It's 0-1. You're just joining us. The Dominican Republic jumped out to a 2-0 lead with 1 in the second, 1 in the third. Is he 0-1 in the dirt? 1-1. Verde jumped on top 3-2 with a 3-run home run by Florial. 5-2 in the 6th. Dominican Republic added 1 in the bottom of the 6th, and then Verde answered with 4 more in the last inning. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and lifted high and deep into center field, drifting back near the warning track with plenty of room is Lake for out number 1. That'll bring the right-handed bat, Cordoba, the center fielder, to the plate. First pitch is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Cordoba 1 for 4 on the day, batting .316 in the series, .961 OPS. One 1-0.
Takes and fires. Swing and a miss. Fastball. Bottom dropped out of that. Might have been a sinker. We'll have the championship game here tomorrow night. 8 p.m. Eastern. The winner of this game versus the winner of tonight's game between Puerto Rico and Mexico Rojo. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Chase the slider in the dirt. It's 1-2. One-two count. The 1-2. Down and in. 2-2. Two count. Yeah, these games have been so erratic back and forth. I wouldn't call any game away yet, Gary. The 2-2 down and in. Ball 3-3-2. 9 runs, 13 hits, 1 error for Mexico. Dominican Republic, 3 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. But their offense has really been what they've leaned on all week long. They still have 2 more swats at the plate to pay off. Down and in. And that'll send the runner on down to first. February 20th, Friday, February 20th, 1 p.m. Eastern, Yankees versus Baltimore Orioles. (1 p.m. right here on Braves Country Radio. First pitch on the way, lucky matchup, 1 on, 1 out, down and away, it's 1-0. On the 19th, that Thursday, we're going to be doing a spring training preview show. Me and a couple of the guys are going to get on and talk about different position battles and what to look for in this spring training, not just with Atlanta, but teams all across the league. 1-0. Inside, ball 2-2. 2-0 count. Jan comes set, his 22nd of the day. Right there at the knees, 2-2. Curious, Gary, are you going out somewhere for the Super Bowl? Are you having a party, or are you just going to watch it at home? Charlie's still talking as well. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Nasty fastball, 2-2. Cordoba standing at first. 1 on, 1 out. Kicks and fires. Down and away. Full count now. Full count. Jan comes set. Brings it. Down and in, ball 4. He'll head on down to first. First and second, 1 out. Another visit to the mound, this time by the catcher. Dela Cruz heads back behind home plate. There is a right-hander warming up in the pen. Nine to 3 your score. That was just a stall tactic. They're going to the bullpen once again. We'll be back in a flash here on the BCR. 9 to 3 your score. Top of the 8th we go here in the Caribbean Series.
I love how pharmacies will be like, pick up your meds, pick up your meds, pick up your meds. And then you rush there and you're like, hi, I'm here to pick up my meds. And they're like, no, we don't have anything. We don't have anything. Get out. You start to panic. You're like, it's really important. They're like, calm down, calm down. You're like, stop telling me to calm down. I'm off my meds.
One luxury that I will never, ever, ever deny myself is YouTube Premium. I have had YouTube Premium since like 2015, and I just cannot go back. I've seen people complaining about how like YouTube is really, really revving it up with like all the ads and the commercials and stuff. And I honestly have no clue what y'all are talking about because I don't see ads. I don't see commercials. All I see is YouTube. It's to the point where if I'm at somebody's house or we're just all hanging out watching something on YouTube, we have to log into my account because I don't want to see those Ford truck commercials interrupting the video. I don't watch Peasant 2, all right? I don't want them ads in front of my eyes. It's offensive. Also, with YouTube Premium, you get YouTube Music, which in my opinion is the superior streaming platform. YouTube Music is better than Apple, Spotify, everybody. Like, YouTube Premium is just that girl.
Warren Spahn was a marvel to behold.
He was an artist. It was very easy catching Warren Spahn because he had such great control.
What a pitcher he was, and boy, his record proves it.
Spahn pitched more innings than any other lefty and won more games than any pitcher since 1920. His 13 20-win seasons are simply astounding.
He had a book on every hitter long before anybody had a book on anybody.
Spahn led the league in wins 8 times. He didn't pitch his first full season until he was 26.
I enjoyed every minute, and I wouldn't change a thing.
Pull up a chair and grab a cold one. Your home for the classic called Radio Baseball. Welcome back. Righty-righty matchup. Runners at first and second, one out. First pitch on the way. Swing, chops it over towards short. Should be a 6, 4, 3, inning-ending, rally-killing double play. And just like that, one pitch, 2 outs. Can't ask for anything better than that. We'll be back in a flash. The DR tries to climb back in this one when we return.
To anybody that's been mean to me, if you're having a hard time in life, good.
I learned a lesson. Never half-ass 2 things. Whole-ass one thing.
I'm not too sure why I'm about to tell the internet this, but I'm hoping I can save other people from doing the same exact thing. I was having a sugar attack, so I thought, well, let me go on down there to the Piggly Wiggly, and I did, right? Well, I wanted some ice cream. Okay, peanut butter flavor. See, look at it. It's got a little pretzel sticking up out the thing. Smells just like peanut butter. And I get home because I'm ready for the ice cream, right? I get it out the box. I pop the top off of it, and I ate the whole thing because it was delicious. I thought this just, for children, little children. Human little children. No, not at all, actually. I got scammed because right here in little bitty letters it says dog treat. And I ate the whole thing.
In 1869, Harry Wright, manager and outfielder for the Cincinnati Red Stockings, made 7 times the average working man's wage. In 1976, 107 years later, a ball player still made just 8 times a working man's salary. By 1994, the average major league salary would be nearly 50 times that of ordinary America.
The big difference now that players get so much is that it has distanced them from us.
It was a blue-collar sport, and people in the stands could look at these people playing ball and think of them as workers because they were getting paid workers' salaries. And this perpetuated the illusion that with a little luck that could be me out there. The sense of we between fans and players was very strong in those days, and players stayed on a lot longer with the team, so they were familiars, like someone who worked in the same office with you almost. And all that is gone. It's quite different now.
Welcome back. Righty-lefty matchup. First pitch on the way is down and in for a strike. It's 0-1. Dominican Republic trailing by 6. I know a lot of folks starting to get off work, especially over in that area of the world. Is the 0-1 down and in, 1-1. So 1-1 count. Kicks and fires, swing and a miss. Looked like a curveball, and I mean that thing just floated in there. It never was going to get to home plate. He couldn't hold up. So a 1-2 count. You've got Cordero and then Adrod and then Hernandez. The pitch on the way, swing, fouls it back. So the 6, 7, 8 hitters, De La Cruz, I would think if anybody gets on, he will get pinch hit for. He's yet to have a base hit in this entire series, and they trail by 6. If not, they'll let him go back out there for the 9th and then pinch hit for him then. The 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. Man, honestly, Cordero's got to stick his foot out there. That ball bounced in the dirt and then kicked to the catcher. He's got to stick his foot out there and see if he can work his way aboard. The 2-2. Swing, rattles it back, foul. We'll do it again. Winner goes to the championship. They'll play the winner from tonight, which is Mexico Rojo versus Puerto Rico. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Nasty curveball, down and in, 1 away. One up, one down. Righty-righty matchup. Adrod to the plate. First pitch up top. Curveball misses high. It's 1-0. This is ball 2-2. 2-0 count. Sinker. Missed a little bit out of the zone, but got the call. 2-1. 2-1 right down the pipe, 2-2. The 2-2 swing, fouls it back. trying to work his way aboard, one down here in the bottom of the 8th. Two. Here's the pitch. Swing, fouls it back, hanging curveball. This will be the 7th pitch of the at-bat. That ball gets slapped foul down the line. Cordova looks in and flips it up there. Swing. That ball gets hammered foul out of play. Middle of a 9-pitch at bat. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Ball gets away. The runner hauling down to first. Here comes the throw. And looks like they got him by about a quarter step. 2 down. Good hustle down the line there by Adrod, but it looks like they got him by about a half step. Ball got away from Salas, and he could not find it for a second. Adrod's got good speed. They just got him. That'll bring Hernandez to the plate. Hernandez, first pitch, splitter inside. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Foul back. 0-2. 0-2 count. In the dirt. Ball almost got him, got out of the way. Mexico 9, the DR 3. We're here in the bottom of the 8th. The 1-2, swing, chops it over to first, just foul. The 1-2. In the dirt, ball kicks away. Off the chest of Salas and towards the first base dugout. We'll do it again. The 2-2, ball 3-3-2. Fastball in the dirt. So can't find the zone all of a sudden. Charlie, they're sitting there talking about the possibility of Farmer making the team. I just wouldn't have much high hopes for him. Last year he batted .227
with 8 home runs, and that was in Colorado. The payoff pitch, swing, chops it over towards third. High hopper, ball's going to get through the hole. That's through for a base hit, and we'll see if they can do anything with this. Took kind of a funny hop. It leaped over the glove of the third baseman over there, Amador, just over the tip of his glove. And once again, Kyle Farmer's 35 years old. First pitch on the way is right there for a strike. It's on 1. Now, the thing about it is low risk, right? Because he signed a cheap deal, and I did not know this about him. He is from the Atlanta, Georgia area, which might be the reason why they got a good deal. The 0-1 pitch is swung on. That ball's roasted through the hole, and a runner at first and second now. And 2 outs and a little bit of lightning on the base paths. That's the first base hit by De La Cruz. I'm surprised they didn't pinch hit for him, but he got on base. And the top of the order, Nunez coming to the plate. So Farmer went to the University of Georgia for a couple of years. Also went to Marist. Not allow them to, if he does make the team, he could end up with a platoon situation there at short. The Mateo could be moved all around the infield and outfield. Righty-lefty matchup. Nunez takes the pitch on the inside track. It's on 1-0, excuse me. 1-0. So that's how one of the Braves writers laid it out, is he believes he's got a good chance of making the team. I don't know. I just know I don't want to lose an Eli White over it. Is the 1-0 right there on the outer track? 1-1. Hopefully that still means that Eli White stays on the team and you're not thinking about doing something goofy. Because, I mean, when a guy only hit 200 or 208, he was in Colorado last year, that's not a good sign. I don't know how to tell you all that. That is not a good sign. We're here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 9-3 your score, Dominican Republic. Trying to creep back into this one. The 2-1, down and in, ball 3, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Guzman is on deck. They're trying to load the bases up. Started off as a very quiet inning. Pitch on the way, swing hit hard on the ground through the hole, and that's going to get through a base hit. So 1 run will score, and it's 9-4. Good hard hit by Nunez. He's been an impressive player this series. Second RBI on the day. He's also had 3 walks, by the way. Dude finds a way to get on base. Maybe Atlanta should be calling him. Oh yeah. We're going to be doing spring training, BA. Dude, so I know you haven't been in here, but the biggest problem we have is right now the Braves trying to figure out who their broadcast partner is. By the way, they're about to go to a pitching change, so we'll stay here with you and talk about spring training. But we're going to be doing spring training games. We're also going to be doing out-of-town spring training games because
right now, the Braves don't know who their television crew is going to be. So that could highly affect the spring training broadcast. But when they are on the road and they're playing a team that's broadcasting their home games. So in other words, on what did we figure out earlier today? On February 26th, which is a Thursday. It's a Thursday after spring training begins. The Braves are in the New York Yankees facility. It's being televised on New York Yankees. So we're going to bring the game to you that way. And that Saturday, the 28th, they're playing Baltimore. Same situation. But it's not going to be every game because until the Braves get their act together, I don't know how many spring training games they're going to bring at all. But we're also going to bring you out-of-town games. And then on top of that, the World Baseball Classic this year is March 5th through the 17th, and that thing's going to be huge. And we're going to be bringing as many of those to you as possible. So 9-4 your score now. Bases are loaded. Runner on first and second. And there are 2 out, so you got to keep that in mind. They're marking the runner made it down to third now. I haven't seen a visual of that, but we'll call it runners on the corners and 2 outs. We've had a couple of errors on that throughout this series, but we're going to assume that this one's correct. It makes a lot of sense that the runner did make it down to third. And we're going to get a pinch hitter. Paredes is coming in to pinch hit. Limited at bats, but he is batting .500. I believe I saw earlier he was 2 for 4. So we'll see if he can get on, keep the line moving. Standing on deck is Brito, and then in the hole is Lake, but there are 2 outs. Runners on the corners. First pitch on the way. Inside, good take. Sinker on the inner plane. It's 1-0. Right-hander Chavez is in the game. Yeah, BA. Well, that's one of the reasons why they moved the facility is the 1-0. Inside curveball misses 2-0. So before, when they were up in Orlando, it was a little bit of a trek to go from their facility to others. Now they're all down around each other. Almost all these facilities are within about a half hour or so of each other. That's the way that they were designed out in Arizona. And the idea is that more of your starters, the 2-0 pitch, down below the knee, sinker, ball 3-3-0. More of your starters can travel when it's a short ride, but when you have guys that are, as you can imagine, one of your stars doesn't want to get on a bus ride for an hour and a half, 2 hours to go play a game where they can just play the next day. The 3-0 pitch, right there for a strike, it's 3-1. But nowadays, more of them travel because they're so close together. So that's why they built that where they built it, because they're really close to Detroit's, Minnesota's. You'll see them play them a lot. Baltimore, the Yankees. 3-1 count, 9-4 your score. Here's the pitch. Swing, chops it over to first, and that's going to be an easy G3, and that'll end the inning. So they put one on the board, but that was it. 9-4, we go to the 9th. Here in the Caribbean Series, 3 defensive outs away, Mexico from going to the championship.
What do you guys think about Americans?
Do you really want to know it?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Americans, they are like Donald Trump. They think they're the best.
That's right, yeah. But they're also back-to-back world champs, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you got 2 coins and they add up to 30 cents, and one of them can't be a nickel, what could it be?
Well, how else are you going to do it? Because you got to have a quarter and a nickel to make 30 cents. Or you could do 3 dimes, but you said it has to be 2 coins.
Only 2 coins, it adds up to 30 cents, and one of them can't be a nickel.
Are you sure you know which one's a nickel?
Huh?
Because do you know for sure which one's a nickel? It's the 5 cent.
Yeah, I know nickel's 5 cents. Smart ass.
Well, I'm asking because I don't see any other way to make 30 cents than to have a nickel.
I know. Is that your answer, what you said?
Yes.
Okay, you got it right.
But you said I couldn't use a nickel.
Yeah, you got it right. That's the answer. You got it right.
How's that right if you said I can't use a nickel?
I said you got 30 cents. It's 2 coins. One of them can't be a nickel. Only one of them. You got the answer right.
In the world of sports in 1961, there was no bigger story than Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris, who side by side slugged their way into the hearts and minds of the American people.
Baseball was the dominant sport, and those two men dominated sports in this country.
Together, these teammates, roommates, and friendly rivals chased each other in history as they approached the legendary Babe Ruth's hallowed home run record.
And there's a high drive to deep right. There's one. It is going. It is going. It is gone. How about that? There's standing ovation.
Look back today, nothing ever equaled the Maris Mantle chase in 61.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Yeah, the armchair quarterback. He's kind of fun and he's kind of fat. The all-American man with a cool one in his hand.
Welcome back. 9-4, we're in the top of the ninth. Nine runs, 13 hits, 1 error for Mexico. 4 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Dominican Republic. Jimmy Cordero coming on, the right-hander. Try to keep them right where they're at. Give the DR a chance to possibly tie it in the ninth or walk it off. First pitch on the way, swing, and soft line drive into the glove of the second baseman, Nunez. L4 on your scorecard, 1 away. Mendoza, the batter, Victor Mendoza. 3 for 4 on the day. First pitch swinging, up top, sinker. 1-1, the 0-1. Bangs it right by him. It's 0-2. 0-2 count. Verdugo on deck. Pitch is popped up down the line. Man, this is nuts what's going on with this Guthrie lady out in Arizona. Is the 0-2. Lifts it. High. Into left field. Underneath it is Cordero. So he can catch a ball. 2 down. Two down, top of the ninth, 9-4 your score. First pitch swinging, that ball's going to get dropped towards center field, running in, making the running catch is Lake, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the ninth. Last chance for the Dominican Republic. They trail 9-4. And the heart of the order due up for the DR.
Bobby literally gave us the same speech every Friday night. Running backs, you got to run. Wide receivers, You got to catch the ball. Quarterbacks, if you throw the ball to the other team, that's an interception, son. Offensive line, you got to block the D-line. Defense, if the other team don't score, we win. I'm talking about, like, I'm sitting here, my first year, I'm like, this man's supposed to be a legend. And this is what but then as I got older, if you don't understand the basics, the simple stuff, you're never going to understand the nuances and complications. And then also with Bobby was never trying to be somebody that he wasn't. That was an old white man from Alabama that loved God. He never tried to, like, he ain't never talked no jive. He ain't never come up and say, like, try to turn his hat backwards, sag his pants. He was who he was unapologetically every room that he went into.
Number 2, Randy Johnson was perhaps the most intimidating pitcher the game has ever seen.
Between the nearly 100-mile-an-hour heat and the wicked slider, and then you throw in the size and that motion, he leaves hitters trembling.
That sneer and snarl that he had on his face, the way he looked around that glove to get a sign.
He looked like he was about 7'8".
98 miles per hour.
He would keep hitters thinking that they could possibly die in the batter's box.
Watch the reaction of John Kruk. Would you say his heart is palpitating a bit?
The big unit led the league in strikeouts 9 times, captured 4 ERA titles, and won 5 Cy Young Awards.
When you give up on it, it seems like it catches part of the plate, and when you start to swing, it dips down out of the strike zone.
Randy Johnson's slider came out looking like his fastball and just absolutely disappeared.
He is done! Randy Johnson with the first fair and no-hitter in history.
20. Randy Johnson has tied the Major League record for strikeouts in a 9-inning game. And Randy Johnson, at age 40 years, has painted an absolute masterpiece.
Here we go, bottom of the ninth. 9 runs, 13 hits, 1 error for Mexico Verde. 4 runs, 9 hits, 1 error for the Dominican Republic. Mexico has 2 teams. Rojo plays tonight, Mexican Rojo. They take on Puerto Rico. The winners head off to the championship tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on the BCR. We'll bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of the Caribbean Series Championship. And, of course, Sunday morning, 10 a.m., we will bring you Salute to Baseball. Getting you ready for the Super Bowl. First pitch on the way is outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. It's a series we began 3 years ago and trying to keep the tradition alive that was started in the early 1970s by a guy that really loved the game, and he's the 1-0 fouls it back 1-1. He always did the show on Super Bowl Sunday, did it for 43 years. A local station in New York, and so we decided to try to carry that torch for him. Pitch on the way, swing, chops it over towards first, and that ball's going to get through for a base hit. And so it's a leadoff single for the DR. Brito. Good hard hit ball. And that'll bring Lake to the plate. That ball shot off in an in-between hop. Finally got to see a good clean look at it. It ricocheted hard off the glove of the diving Mendoza. Talked about this before, but the view we get is terrible because there's a screen in between the camera and the field of play, and it's a black screen, so you don't get a very good look at the ball in play sometimes. First pitch on the way is a sinker just off the plate, called for a strike. Lake does not like it. It's 0-1. He's shaking his head. Batting .421 in the series, .924 OPS. By the way, that base hit takes Brito's batting average to .438 and a .1234 OPS. 0-1. Check swing. Did he go around? They said he did. 0-2. And now Lake's really upset. Feels like he held up on it. 0-2 count. (9-4) your score. Mexico leads the DR. How long have we been doing? This station we started in 2021. 1-1 count. Inside. Almost gets him on the knee. 2-1. They have it as a 1-1 now, 2-1, but he showed strike. So something's missing here, but they're also showing it on our screen. So for now, we'll call it 2-1, but keep it in mind that he called a strike on the first two pitches, or at least motioned like he did. The 2-1 pitch. Inside, man, oh man. Whoa, 3-1. I don't know about that one. I don't have a dog in this hunt, but that looked like that hit the zone. So it's either a 3-1 count or a 2-1 or a 2-2 count. And the catcher just stood up in motion 2-2 to his infield. So I'm going with 2-2. We'll see what happens on this pitch. We may never know if it goes into play. Wind up, swing, fouls it back. Definitely 2 strikes now. Mexico 9, the DR 4. We're here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Yeah, we started this channel in 21. Now, I had done college games in the 90s on radios. The payoff pitch, swing, chops it over to the short, deep into the hole. A 6, 4, 3. Do not get the double play. They do get the force out at first, and there's one down. So runner at first in Lake, and he's got good speed. He's been all over the base paths today. And that'll bring Adames to the plate, who's batting just 176. And he just beat that out by about a half step. We started doing the radio thing back about 10 years ago, but that was more sports talk, not play-by-play. Play-by-play we started late 2021. First pitch on the way is up top, slider for a strike. It's on 1. Runner at first, 1 out. Be curious to see if Lake takes off. Swing, slices it back, foul. It's on 2. And Lake did take off on that pitch. He'll be heading back to the bag, but I think he might have had that one stolen. Not that it matters at this point. He's just trying to stay out of the double play. No 2 count. Righty-lefty matchup. Lake leaning over there at first. Wind up the pitch. Runner goes. And high and out of the zone. He'll head on down to second. He'll be safe. No throw is made. Crediting him for a stolen base, though. You could easily chalk that up to defensive indifference. The 1-2. Takes some fires. Out and away, 2-2. Standing on deck is Franchi Cordova. Christian Adames batting just 167 in this series. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase one off the plate. And the Dominican Republic is down to their last out. 9-4 your score. Runner at second, 2 outs. Franchi Cordova digs in. First pitch on the way, outside wide, slider misses, it's 1-0. The 1-0. Swing and a miss. 92 up top. 1-1. 1-1 count. Nine to 4 your score. Verde, an out away from punching their ticket. The pitch, swing and a miss. 1-2. Down to their last strike. The 1-2. Comes set. Looks it in. The windup. The pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Change up off the plate, and Mexico wins. Mexico wins. Mexico Verde wins. They head to the championship game. We'll have the call tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern. They'll play the winner of Mexico Rojo or Puerto Rico. Y'all have a great one.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
It's closing time, y'all. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Have a great one. On your way out, please like and subscribe. And don't forget to tip your favorite bartender. We'll see you. I'm Mac McGee, signing off for Braves Country Radio.